public employee assignment, reassignment, appointment, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaints, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and anticipated litigation. This is the time for public comment on closed session topics. General public comment on any item will be heard. Pursuant to board policy, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes and individual topics to 20 minutes. We request that you begin your comments by stating your name. Do we have any public comment?
Excuse me,
Bless you.
there is no public comment for closed session items.
Then we will move on to closed session. Thank you. Hello, Ms. Weisler, Mr. McFarland, Ms. Lim. Welcome. Mr. Hemphill, how are you? Ms. Langley, welcome. We have a couple more board members to bring in and we'll get our meeting started. All right, while we're waiting for the others, in the interest of time, we'll move on. I'll make a meeting announcement. This meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. If you will all rise, and I will proudly do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance
to the
the
flag
flag of
of
the
the
United States of America,
and to the
to the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
with
justice
liberty
for all.
and justice for all.
Dr. Vasquez, we're going to have a techie look at your computer because your picture always disappears at flag salute. All right, moving on. There was no action taken in closed session this evening. We do have some revisions to the agenda. First of all, enclosure number 16 has been removed, and the revisions include enclosure 11, 13, 24, 26, and 29. All right, we have now recognition, proclamations, and actions. That's a hard word. Community partner recognition, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, enclosure number 1. Assistant Superintendent Doug Cardozo will do the presentation.
Good evening, Board President Crabtree, Superintendent Raveline, and board members. We want to recognize our community partners this afternoon. As the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints, they provided donations of school supplies for our students that we were able to distribute this summer. So we want to thank them and recognize them for that contribution. Very much appreciated. I know they have another piece of this that they want to move forward with tonight as well. So once again, thank you for your community partnership. And we have a plaque for you to recognize you as a great community partner.
Oh, we do have it. Nicole already has it. That's terrific. This just seems a little insensitive and clunky, but we're doing the best we can. I've always enjoyed the Crystal Apple presentation and the presentation in particular that you guys put on. So thank you again for all of your support.
Thank you, President Crabtree. We wanted to take a couple of minutes and introduce ourselves and tell everybody just a little bit about Crystal Apple and announce who those winners were this year. So my name is Nicola Whistler, and I am the Communications Director for the Visalia Stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And we just, again, want to thank Visalia Unified School Board for allowing us to be a part of this meeting. And the reason we are here tonight is to recognize 4 outstanding teachers from Visalia Unified. For more than a decade, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has celebrated local Visalia high school teachers for their outstanding contributions to education. In April 2020, it would have been our 14th annual Crystal Apple Awards celebration. Every January, we ask all of our high school students in our church who attend an early morning scripture study that we call seminary to write letters nominating one of their teachers who has inspired them and pushed them to be better students. This year, we collected nearly 140 nomination letters. We then formed a selection committee made up of our seniors from different high schools to read all of the letters and select this year's awards recipients. Usually the Crystal Apple Awards occur in April. At this event, we invite the VUSD school board members, the district superintendent and staff. We invite the high school principals as well as elected officials, including the Tulare County Board of Supervisors, the City Council, and some of our state representatives to attend. Each of the award recipients and their families are invited to come and enjoy a dinner with us as they sit with the students who actually nominated them. The entire evening is hosted by our students. We have a student MC, we have a musical number, a speaker, and presenters. We even have videos that we show that we have interviewed the teachers as well as the nominating students. These videos have become pretty popular and they're fun to watch as we get a little B-roll footage and get to see the teacher in their element teaching. This year, because of COVID-19, we were unable to host our event, but we want to make sure that the teachers who were selected still get a chance to be publicly recognized. And that is why we are here today. So tonight we've asked Camille Lim, a recent Golden West graduate who is on the 2020 selection committee, to announce the award recipients for everybody.
Good evening. My name is Camille Lim. I am a 2020 graduate from Golden West High School. In February, I was part of the selection committee for the Crystal Apple Awards. I can tell you that there were a lot of very deserving teachers who were nominated by the students. It was fun and inspiring to read through the numerous letters that were written. Students told stories of how teachers had made a difference in their lives. I am very happy to announce the 2020 Crystal Apple Award winners. The first recipient is from El Diamante High School. For excellence in teaching, we would like to present Mr. Jerry Perez with the Crystal Apple Award. Congratulations. The second recipient is from Redwood High School. For excellence in teaching, we would like to present Miss Mackenzie Langley with the Crystal Apple Award. Congratulations. The third recipient is from Mount Whitney High School. For excellence in teaching, we would like to present Mr. Patrick Hempel with the Crystal Apple Award. Congratulations.
Yay, Patrick.
The fourth recipient is from Golden West High School. For excellent in teachings, we would like to present Mr. Alan McFarland with the Crystal Apple Award. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of you.
And just to finish up our presentation, I think Jeff Howard also just wanted to say a few words. Jeff is the stake president for the Visalia stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Thank you so much for allowing us to honor these teachers tonight. Just as John Crabtree stated, we missed hosting the event this year as well. It's always just a joy to gather with everyone, and I love the highlight of the teachers. And what I do love most is that these awards do come from the students. So I appreciate Camille Lim presenting tonight. She's representative of the students throughout Visalia, who are the ones who selected these teachers and who choose to appreciate them. I wanted to just quickly reemphasize the reason we do these awards every year. Our church places a high emphasis on education. So we appreciate what you do as a school board, what the school district does to support learning and teaching in Visalia and teaching our children. One of the leaders of our church had a great influence on me about 25 years ago when he taught about the importance of education. He actually, I gave a message titled The 6 B's, and he taught us to be grateful, be smart, be clean, be true, be humble, and be prayerful. So what really struck me that night and had an influence on my life is when he said be smart, and he was referring to education specifically. And he said that we're entering into a competitive world, and he invited us to sacrifice really anything in order to get an education. And at that time, I had finished undergrad and was done with school and had put learning behind me. I was super glad to be just, I guess, beyond learning, but it struck a chord with me that I need to continue to learn, and that actually encouraged me to go back to school. And I'll just read a quote from that message many years ago. He said, "You belong to a church that teaches the importance of education. You have a mandate from God to educate your minds and your hearts and your hands. The Lord has said, teach ye diligently of things both in heaven and in the earth and under the earth." And then he goes on to say, he said, "Mind you, these are not my words. These are the words of the Lord who loves you. He wants you to train your minds and hands to become an influence for good as you go forward with your lives." So I believe that what the school district is doing, what the teachers are doing, are helping provide the youth, the children, and the young men and young women here in Visalia the ability to train their minds and their hands to be an influence for good. And that's why we honor the teachers every year. And that's why we as a church are very appreciative of the school board and the school district and how you support learning here in Visalia. And thank you again for the time that you've provided us this evening to highlight the teachers that do so much in the school district.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, and congratulations again to the recipients this year. I'd love to have one of those apples, but I probably couldn't earn it. On a side note, I'd like to say that I'm going to miss the soup and salad this year because there's always some great ones to choose from. Anyway, hopefully next year. Thank you all so much again. Do you have any more, Mr. Cardoza?
No, just congratulations. And again, thank you for being great community partners and again, recognizing this fine student. So congratulations to all of you.
Dr. Avalon, do you have any comments?
No, I too miss the event, but I do cherish the partnership that we have established with the LDS Church, and your support of our school and our students and families means the world to us. So thank you again, and congratulations to all of you that have won the Crystal Apple Award this evening. It's a true honor to be nominated directly by your students for this award.
Mr. Foster, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. I want to follow up with what President Howard said. I'm also a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but you know, we have cars, we have houses, we have jewelry, but that doesn't go with us. What goes with us and what's portable is the knowledge that we have, the knowledge that we learn here on this earth, and we take that with us. That is portable. The eternal things are portable. Thank you, Mr.
Any other board members like to comment? All right, well, thank you again. And it was great. We could at least do it virtually. Thanks so much. All right, we'll move on to the next item, recognition. Enclosure number 2, I'm sorry, I'm falling behind here. Employee recognition assistance, recognition of Crystal Apple Award honorees, enclosure number 2. Dr. Avalon.
We covered that one, and Nicola went right into it. So
okay.
If we have your permission, we can move on to enclosure 3.
I'll check it off this time. We are moving on to enclosure number 3, employee recognition assistant superintendent, Mr. Robert Graber. Dr. Avalon.
Yeah, Robert's on the screen now. Welcome, everybody.
Hey, Robert.
Tonight, I have the distinct pleasure of honoring with you Robert Graber, who has decided to retire at this time. After 18 years of service to Visalia Unified School District, Robert Graber has decided it's time for more fishing trips that he always talks about. So he's looking forward to that. Tonight, we honor Robert as Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services. In that time, he has dedicated himself to serving students so they would have an optimal learning experience. Robert is one who has shepherded the building and remodeling of numerous schools and remodeling projects, playground equipment and such to enrich our community. He has really dedicated his life in service to making Visalia a better place since he came here long ago. Prior to working with the school district, which he has again since 2002, Robert worked for 12 years with the city of Visalia, further demonstrating his commitment to the community. He's also been involved with numerous civic organizations, including the Downtown Rotary Club, and he has, volunteered a lot of time, gone above and beyond the call of duty all of these years to make our school and families and community enriched with his service and leadership. So thank you so much, Robert. We do have a plaque for you, which you won't get until Friday when we have our parade for you. So there is a plaque you'll be getting. And it's presented to Robert Graber in grateful appreciation of your 18 years of outstanding service and dedication to the children, staff, and community of Visalia Unified School District, August 25th, 2020. So congratulations on your retirement. We'll miss you. And again, thank you so much for all you have done. We'll still be calling you, even if you're on a fishing boat.
Thank you. I may or may not have coverage.
We'll find you.
I have a quick comment.
Robert, I want to thank you for all of your years of service. I'll always remember you were probably the first assistant superintendent that I sat down with, and you taught me about the pots of money in the way the money was distributed at the time. And what were there, like 24 pots? Maybe not that much, but there was a lot. And the way you put it up on the board, it leaves an imprint that will stay there forever. So among the many other things that we've shared over the years, thank you. Thank you. Dr. Vasquez?
I have my Dodger blue on that I wore just for you, Robert. And for those of you that haven't been years with Robert, you know what a bunch of banter and how important that is to him. But I have to say that the very first meeting that I went to was I sat right next to you and Dr. Wheaton while we were still talking about by-district elections. And it was really your welcoming and ability to say, I can work with these folks, I can talk, that even made me think about even running for board. But your we love questions, your culture, bringing Nathan in. I mean, you've given and given and given so much to this district over the years. So thank you so much. Thank you from all the children that you've been able to influence and make things better for, because of the time and the effort and all that stuff that extra that you did, and just your integrity. So thank you, Robert. God bless
Mr.
you.
Foster.
Happy fishing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Robert, most of us will be remembered by one or two words, and what I'll remember every board meeting is any questions. I love questions. That phrase, I love questions, that is you. I want to thank you, as President Crabtree said, for taking a young board member and instructing him like you did to President Crabtree. Really, it is appreciated that you took the time out of your busy schedule to teach us. And that's really what education is about. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fulmer?
Those of you who know my brother know he is not prone to unearned compliments. And he was Robert's predecessor. And he said quite a number of times that Robert was the best business manager in the Tri-County area.
Happy fishing. Mr. Guerrero?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is I'm going to miss you, Robert. Okay, I can't see you on my screen. I have an iPad, but I'm going to miss you. I remember the first day you walked into the district back in 2002, and you always had that smile and whatnot. And I think you laid the foundation, for our financial stability here at Visalia Unified. You know, I remember Mark Fomer, very capable person, very capable man. But when you came in, we didn't lose a beat. We didn't lose a beat. And, you know, and I think you walked right into a financial crisis at that time, because that's when we were building El Diamante High School. And, you know, everybody's right. You know, you're a nice person. You have a great sense of humor. But I think what surfaces above all that is how much you care for the staff and how much you care for the people around you. And, you know, it's good to see that. It's good to see that. And it's good for the community and the staff members and people you supervised. And, you know, I meant what I said. I'm going to miss you. And I know you're not gone. You'll probably stop by and whatnot. And, you know, you'll bring some rock cod over here or something, you know, some fish to us, and or crabs, whatever. But, you know, enjoy your retirement, you know, and you know, being a fellow retiree, you know, I can tell you that it's not the end of the world. It's actually the beginning. So I just wanted to say, hey, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Ms. Gamoyan.
Robert, I just want to thank you for all the hours I spent in your office trying to learn budget, trying to learn facilities. And you were just so patient with me. And, you know, we had quite a few frank conversations, and we still walked out of there friends. So just thank you, Robert, and thank you for your years of service.
Thank you.
Mrs. Naylor.
And, you know, Robert, I appreciate you, especially your sense of humor. When I worked down at the district office, I loved walking by your office and the little comments that you would make. So I will always remember you that way. But aside from that, you know, the integrity, I always knew you were honest, and that you would give me a straight story. Your intelligence in the financial area, you will be missed. I'll miss that smile. So I hope that you enjoy and take some good fishing trips.
That I will do, definitely. As soon as I get a vaccine.
It'll be soon. Good luck, Robert.
Thank you. Can I say a few words, President
You bet.
Crabtree?
Absolutely.
So President Crabtree and board members and Dr. Raveline, you know, I thank you for all those kind words. You know, I think that they all reflect exactly how I feel. And instead of, you know, I know that you all know that I don't usually write things down. You know, I'm just, you know, firing off the cuff because I love questions and want to be in the moment. But I actually wrote some stuff down because I don't want to start babbling and blubbering and all that kind of stuff. So bear with me. And President Crabtree, I promise it'll be far less than 3 minutes. And I know you won't believe that until it's true, but you'll see.
Well, since this is your last soapbox, Robert, just carry on.
Well, thank you. So it has been my honor and privilege to spend my career serving this community and our 29,375 students and their families. Your admin services team has transformed themselves into a kid-centric, service-oriented organization, putting kids first. And for that, all our 29,375 students, their families, and our community have all benefited. Nathan, your chief business official, has recently crowned this group of admin services employees the dream team, and I could not agree more. Admin services has never been better poised to carry this district forward, especially in light of the demands of this current pandemic and the consequent budget challenges to come. I think most of you know that one of my millions of sayings is, I love my job. And having the opportunity to serve with this team to benefit all of our students has always made that saying true. It's truly been my honor and privilege serving with this team to make our very meaningful work fun. I think you also know that admin services doesn't really like the spotlight. Our job is to ensure that teaching and learning can occur without distractions. So our job is to make sure everything runs smoothly behind the curtain to allow our principals and teachers to focus on kids in the classroom, virtual or otherwise. Know that all of your admin services departments work as one team toward that one mission to support all our students. And I again thank them for all their efforts. Your business services department works diligently to ensure fiscal solvency and build reserves to see us through these crazy times, like these putting the district in the strongest ever financial position. Your business information team is leading us through an incredibly complex implementation of our new business information system. And for that, we're all thankful. And I wasn't going to mention names, you know, as I went through this, but I think it's important to recognize Al Foytek because he actually postponed his retirement to continue to shepherd us through this implementation. So more kudos to him and his team. Your tech services folks have always worked tirelessly to support technology needs of our sites, teachers and students. And they're also leading the charge to provide district-supported Wi-Fi to all our students to support distance learning. Kudos to their good work in support of our changing learning environment. Your facilities team has successfully delivered far more than $250 million in projects, including 6 elementary schools, a new middle school, a new Sequoia High School. And if you haven't seen that, boy, wait till you see that virtual tour. And countless modernization and facilities projects across the district, supporting all 44 of our school sites. You can be proud of those projects and the opportunities they provide for our students and our community. Your maintenance, grounds, and custodial departments work tirelessly to support our 55 locations, including our 44 school sites and over 2.5 million square feet of occupied space. Your fine craftsmen in the trades and their excellent work has saved the district millions of dollars over the years. Your operations and ground folks have taken green and clean and curb appeal to new heights for our sites and for our community. Your nutritional service team has been integral in the pandemic response too, by feeding many more students and families. Kudos to them and the great work that they're doing. Your transportation department continuing to expand their services provided other districts, and in so doing, reducing their reliance on the general fund for bus purchases, equipment, and implementation of new cost-saving technologies. Transportation too was providing food and curriculum to our outlying areas during the initial response in these historic pandemic times. Your print shop folks really stepped up in that early stages of the pandemic too, supporting distance learning with learning packets for all students in a relatively very short period of time to roll those out to everyone. We'll all look back on this period in history and be proud of these efforts to support our students and community. These are just a few examples of the great work your folks in admin services have done in support of all our students. This pandemic has brought a whole new set of challenges. Together, you are meeting these challenges, and together you all will meet the ones yet to come. I have no doubt everyone will continue to put kids first in those efforts, and I will be ever proud to have had the honor and the privilege to serve with the dream team at VUSD. And lastly, I need to thank my wonderful wife and kids. None of us would be who we are today without the support of those closest to us. So thank you, Jackie, Travis, Chelsea, and Kosuke for all your love and support. Now, let's go fishing. Thank you for that little opportunity to share and to thank the doers that are out there doing it, that made it all possible. And again, thank you to everyone for my time with VUSD. It's been a wonderful time.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Introduction, oath of office, installation of student representatives to the school board for 2020-2021 school year. Enclosure number 4, Area Superintendent Roberto Vaca.
Good evening, Board President Crabtree, board members, Superintendent Dr. Raveline, colleagues, and members of the public. My name is Roberto Vaca, Area Administrator with VUSD. It's my pleasure to introduce and officiate the installation of our student board representatives for 2020-2021. All 3 area administrators had the pleasure to meet with them last week in preparation for tonight. And let me tell you, these young leaders are outstanding. Please join me in welcoming and congratulating the following students. Representing Redwood High School, Lauren Newland. Representing Golden West, Sydney Firstman. Representing Mount Whitney, Carly Carson. And representing El Diamante, Joyce Park. These students will be representing all 7 high school campuses and will provide updates on past and upcoming events for all the high school sites. At this time, I will administer the oath of office. I,
Lauren Neeland, Sydney Firstman, Carly Carson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of student representative
discharge the duties of student representatives
to the Board of Education upon which I am about to enter.
to the Board of Education upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations and thank you for your service on behalf of our VUSD student body, teachers, and staff. Thank you.
Congratulations to all four of you. We'll all be looking forward to working with you. It's always a very pleasant part of our board meetings. And here we are, another first, the virtual installation of officers. So again, we'll be looking forward to having you on our board, hopefully back at the dais sometime soon. Thank you. And good luck to you. All right, this is the time for general public comment. General public comment on any school-related topic may be heard at this time. The board asks that the public comment on an item listed on tonight's agenda be addressed at the time the item comes up for discussion by the board. Pursuant to board policy, the board may limit individual comments to 3 minutes and individual topics to 20 minutes. We ask that you begin your comments by stating your first and last name. Dr. Evelyn, do we have comment?
We have one general comment this evening from Randy Evans. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Raveline. My name is Randy Evans. I am a community member, parent volunteer, and a member of the Measure A Oversight Committee. At the last board meeting, there was a presentation about the dairy facility at the Visalia Technical Early College, or VTech site. During the presentation, it was discussed and decided that the equipment within the building would be sold and the remaining building could be repurposed for student use or converted into a storage facility for textbooks. There was further discussion as to whether the building, as is, could be purposed for students without modification. Apparently, after the equipment is removed, the building would have to be modified to allow leveling of the floor, installation of appropriate lighting, etc. Essentially, the building would have to undergo renovations to convert the property from an industrial type of building to something more suitable for student use, like a multi-purpose room, lunchroom, or classrooms, etc. I am reminded that the original purpose of the building was to enhance our students' educational experience. Unfortunately, that never happened. The district and the board now have the opportunity to correct that error. I would ask the board to direct the district to set aside the proceeds of the sale of the equipment for the purpose of renovating the existing building and bring it up to code for use by the students of VTech. Should there be a deficit after the sale of the equipment, the district should then find the additional funds to bring the building into compliance and return the building to the students of VTech. I would oppose any move to make the building a storage facility for books or otherwise. Thank you, Randy Evans. That is the only general public comment that there is this evening, President Crabtree.
Do we have any general public comment by phone this evening?
Not this evening.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll move on then to the consent agenda. Dr. Evelyn, I understand you have a comment on one item.
I do. There is a public comment on enclosure number 6. Would you like me to read it now or ask that the item be pulled?
I prefer you pull the item.
Okay, let's please do that.
Any other board members want to pull items? Mr. Foster?
Yes, I'd like to pull number 12, please.
Dr. Ravel or Dr. Vasquez?
Number 14, please.
Any others? Okay, number 6, or I'm sorry.
Move
Could I have a
accept the
motion?
rest.
I have a motion for the remainder. Do I have a second? I have a second I have a first by Dr. Vasquez, a second by Mr. Fulmer. Board President Crabtree votes in favor. Board President, Trustee Fulmer,
Yes.
Trustee Foster,
Yes.
Trustee Guerrero,
Yes.
Trustee Naylor,
Yes.
Trustee Gamoyen,
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Avalon, number 6.
All right.
Board President, we need the vote from the student representative. If our student representative could please turn on her camera.
Oh, Lauren, trying to hide, huh? Do you have a vote?
Yes.
You're in favor, thank you. All right, moving on. Agenda item number 6, or enclosure 6.
All right, this is in regards to the VUSD cash and investment report for the year ending June 30th, 2020 from Nick Macia. His comment is, within the financial impact, Mr. Hernandez states that the district is estimated to earn an annual interest of $3,758,274. Where do these funds go within the budget? Will they be used for anything specifically? Should that intended use be stated within the report? That ends the only public comment on that item.
Okay, do I have a motion to accept number 6?
Could I ask a question first?
Yes, you may.
Will those questions be answered, Dr. Raveline?
It isn't typical that we respond to questions that are brought forth in public comment. However, Mr. Hernandez could reach out to Mr. Macia and answer the questions. It isn't typical in this report that the intended use is stated in the report.
All right, do I have a motion for number 6?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Guerrero, second by Mrs. Naylor. All in favor, well, not all in favor. I'll vote in favor for number 6. Mr. Fulmer,
Yes.
Mr. Foster,
Yes.
Trustee Guerrero,
Yes.
Trustee Naylor,
Yes.
Trustee Gamoyen,
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
Trustee Mrs. Nealon.
Yes.
You'll get used to it. It might take you a little longer to get used to me, but you'll get used to the proceedings.
Thank
All
you.
right, number 12, Mr. Foster.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As you notice, 2 of our additional employees are retiring or ending their service to Visalia Unified. And I would be remiss in not saying goodbye to these individuals. First of all, Mrs. Sims, who filled in greatly in the personnel department, helping Mrs. Somavia make the transition. She did a tremendous job. I think she should be commended for that service. And then also for a personal friend of mine and a great administrator, excuse me. Some administrators operate in the shadows and do a great job and are a handyman, are a utility man, and they do their job without asking for any recognition, but they do it very, very well. And Mike Waters was one of those individuals. And I just want to say thank you to him personally for his great service to this district and we are going to miss him. And that's all I want to say, Mr. President. Thank you.
Dr. Raveling, do you have a comment?
Yes, we will be honoring Mr. Waters publicly at an upcoming board meeting.
Do you have a comment, Dr. Vasquez?
I just wanted to also say, whoa, I know that you're going to do something special for them, but we've just had incredible people coming in and just, he was like a hero swooping up and taking care of stuff. And I know that there's so many unsung heroes. So again, thank you. Thank you for your service.
I doubt that anybody would say anything against Mr. Waters. He's a great administrator. I've picked on him for a long time, and he's always stood up pretty strong. I like him. Do you have a motion for that one, Mr. Foster? I'm assuming you would give
Yes,
me.
I'll make a motion that we approve item.
I have a first by Mr. Foster, a second by Ms. Vasquez. Crabtree votes in favor. Trustee Fulmer?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
Yes.
Trustee Guerrero?
Yes.
Trustee Naylor?
Yes.
Trustee Gamoyan?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
Trustee Neeland, or Representative Neeland. I don't know what to call you. Okay, thank you. All right, number 14, Dr. Vasquez.
Yeah, I had a question. This is the one on the jail, and I know that you sent us something on the jail, and I was a little, I didn't quite understand. What I understood was that they can't do distance learning, but I'm not sure they're going to let anybody in as well. So I was kind of confused when we got this then saying that we want to pay for a teacher. Are we doing this the same as we've done some of the nursing sites, that we just want to get things in place? Or are we going to actually be able to start instruction at the adult school is my question.
So thank you, Dr. Vasquez. I actually have notes that so if I'm not looking at you, it's because I'm looking at my notes from Mrs. Olson, the principal there. So they are going to be providing education to our inmates, but it's just going to be done differently, of course, because of the situation at hand. And so none of our teachers are going into the pretrial facility. They're using that facility now for testing and for quarantining at this time. So we will be having teachers go into Bob Wiley and South County facility only. They'll be doing checks, before they go in. So temperature checks and symptoms checks. Instruction will only be one-on-one or one-on-two. So one teacher and one student working together, or one teacher and two students. They will be behind plexiglass. There will be face shields being worn. There will be masks being worn as well. They have industrial cleaners that they are using there as well. So it's going to be more of an independent study program, if you will. They'll be getting packets and the teachers will be meeting one-on-one with students.
So we'll still be able to handle the number of students we did before. It'll just be more of an independent study as opposed to a classroom. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly.
Great. Thank you so much for that clarification. Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve number 14 by Dr. Vasquez, second by Mr. Guerrero. Board President votes in favor. Mr. Fulmer?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
Yes.
Trustee Guerrero?
Yes.
Trustee Naylor?
Yes.
Trustee Gamoyan?
Yes.
Trustee Vasquez?
Yes.
And Student Rep Neeland. I'm promoting you and you've only been here for less than an hour.
I will respond to whatever you want.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is unanimous. All right, moving on to focus on student learning. 2020 Summer Program Report, enclosure number 23, Assistant Superintendent Doug Cardoza.
Thank you, Board President Crabtree, board members, and Dr. Raveling. Trying to share my screen here. Can everyone see that?
Now we can.
Okay. So the summer program this year obviously was done a little differently than we have in the past. And so our summer activities included credit acceleration, credit recovery, a migrant summer school program, as well as an extended year program for our special education students. This year, we took a new creative approach to our summer school, knowing that we were in our COVID-19 situation. Things had to be done differently. So planning for summer school began in April by a committee of VUSD experts. The consensus was that all high school students should have an opportunity to attend summer school rather than students who just needed to retake classes and a limited number of students who wanted to accelerate. The curriculum, holding traditional in-person classes on 2 separate high school campuses was not possible. In order to meet the needs of all students, 2 distance learning curriculum delivery methods were utilized, Edgenuity and the VUSD Independent Study Program curriculum. As a result of distance learning, site-based staffing and the need of course oversight and direct instruction was decreased. As a result, nearly twice as many students were served in 2020, while the overall costs were reduced by about 30% compared to 2019. Students that were served, there were 4,521 different students that were served from all of our various high schools. Within those groups of students, the total enrollment on June 8th, 2020 was 7,776 students. Students who remained enrolled, this was both first and second semester. So students who remained enrolled and earned a passing grade were 5,876, which was a 76% pass rate. Our migrant education program was a distance learning program as well. We had 14 students in grades 1 through 6 and 21 high school students. The migrant education program focused on explicitly teaching and front-loading academic vocabulary, the use of evidence-based English language development instructional strategies, and alignment to ELD standards. The focus was also delivered with one-on-one instruction. They practiced oral language skills. They helped facilitate academic discussions and discourse with students. And they provided daily dialogue with students and siblings within the homes. And they worked on comprehension skills and reading. The student materials that were supplied this summer, Chromebooks were issued to all students. There were teacher created materials. There was alignment of grade level content to ELD standards. We utilized Rosetta Stone program as well as Google applications like Google Slides and Google Docs. Our special education program, staffing consisted of 8 education specialists, 2 speech therapists, an occupational therapist, physical therapist, and a psychologist. There were 145 students preschool through 12th grade we served, which was an 82% participation rate, which is really good. So of the students who qualified and were offered this opportunity, 82% participated. Students also received instructional support via interactive lessons and read aloud, Class Dojo, Google Classroom, and phone and email communication with families. Our special education in the high school program, the staffing included 4 education specialists. Students participated in the summer school program for the purpose of advancing in credits or to retake a course. Students received instructional support daily via phone and email communication with the educational specialist through office hours. In semester 1, we had 192 total students enrolled and 145 passed. Semester 2, we had 151 enrolled and 135 passed. So some good success there. Another part of summer school special education is the Department of Rehabilitation, the DOR. It's Weekend Work summer program. We serve 43 students between the ages of 16 through 21. The program focuses on 5 pre-employment training services, which include job exploration counseling, work-based learning experiences, which may include in-school or after-school opportunities, or experience outside the traditional school setting. Counseling on opportunities for enrollment in post-secondary educational programs, workplace readiness training to develop social skills and independent living, and instruction in self-advocacy. The total hours for this program is 60 hours. During a traditional DOR summer program, students receive a combination of classroom-based instruction and work-based employment opportunities. due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they were placement and internships with the community were unable to occur. So to ensure that students gain workplace experiences, students participated in mock interviews and job experiences. So we had a pretty successful summer program considering the situation that we went into. We wanted to reach out and give some special thanks to some special people. As you all know, this was another one of those things since March 13th that we had to figure out how we're going to do it all remotely. And so I wanted to do a shout out to Jim Billingsley and Ryan Waters for master schedule, Edgenuity, online learning, Zoom Pro Pilot, and the training of staff for these applications in a very short amount of time. Valerie Saida, Jody Avaro, Shauna Wheaton, Liz Urbina, and LaDonna Jones for library services and curriculum distribution support. Michelle Reed, Angie O'Neill, and Sarah Villarreal for training and supporting staff in using the independent study curriculum. Michelle Marsh and Josue Quinteros for outstanding secretarial support. Paul Clausen and Angela Dillon for coordinating special education services. And 16 amazing teachers who embrace the challenge to provide summer school opportunity for all high school students in a completely new and different way. And the others that I want to shout out to are Mike Lambert and Kuka Atherton, who were our summer school principals, who pulled all this together for us under the leadership of Mr. Mike Waters. So we want to thank Mike as well for helping us dream this up and make it happen. So we had a really successful year. So with that, do we have any questions?
Is there any public comment on this item? No public comment? Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cardoza, thank you, thank you. This is so exciting that they were able to pull this all together. I especially love that all the students got a chance to come and to do that and to be able to whip all this up in such a short time and almost double our numbers, I think is just incredible. And I'm hoping that in the future we'll be able to do something similar. Again, I know how difficult this whole thing has been with the online, but to think we've increased our numbers. I do have some questions. Do we know anything about that 25% that were not successful? Was it technology? Was it just too much for them to handle? Was it, internet? Do we have any idea of those 20? It was just more than they thought they could do at the time, or COVID or anything?
Part of it was we had people that would enroll and then they would drop. Typically that happens in summer school as well. Sometimes they get into the program. There were some that got into the program and within a week or two realized it wasn't for them. The teachers did a great job of doing outreach and providing extra support. One of the things we did specifically, mathematics has been an area that students have struggled in the past. So using this program, we hired teachers that actually are reaching out to the students on a daily basis and really increase the success there. So I think the numbers that dropped, I don't have a lot of the detail, the fairly typical reasons where kids were, disenchanted by it or didn't really actually have to do it. There were several students that just took first semester and didn't take second semester. So all of those are included in the numbers.
Okay, that's good to know too. And then you did say 16, but you have written 60 teachers. How many exactly teachers were able to pull off this feat? 16 or 60?
60.
60, okay, because I heard 16. I was going to say for 16 teachers to be able to get those thousands up. So it is 60. Okay.
60.
I want to talk about Ed for a minute. Is that all that we could handle, the 35? Is that all that needed it? Or did we just have people that didn't have the technical knowledge to get on? Was it not offered to more students? 35 seems like such a little compared to the thousands and even the 145 that we were able to offer a special ed. Is there a reason for that number?
So the students that are offered, so the way special ed works is students will have regression. And so throughout the year, our ed specialists work with students to determine whether or not there was regression over the summer. So when they first come in, and then throughout the year, then they make a determination through the IEP process, looking at data to determine whether a student needs to have that extended school year is what we call it, program. And so then it's offered to those students who have shown regression or need that extra support.
And is that only migrant ed students?
No,
Because it
that was,
seems like
that
just
was
like,
special ed students.
yeah, no,
So
I'm
the
talking about
migrant-
the 35 migrant ed students.
Oh, okay. The migrant ed students, there was just not a lot of interest. And I don't know if it was due to the fact that we, the way education went from March 13th on. Uh, Dr. Burgess worked with our migrant programs, and actually we were disappointed in the number of students, but they did outreach and tried to get people enrolled. There just was not as much interest for some reason to utilize those services this summer.
Okay, so maybe that's something I'm going to consider when we talk about Parent University and when we gear up with that, because my experience has been after going to the school smarts in some of those areas that people just don't have the technology faith and knowledge and experience, and that might really increase those numbers. And then if we're already doing these wonderful things, even with the special ed kids, the one-on-ones offering that regression, that maybe we could do the same thing we did with the high school. Let's open it up to more students if we can handle it and we have the system. I did have another question. What kind of mock job experience did we offer to those students in the work program, which is amazing, by the way?
You know what? I don't have the details on that, but I can get that information from you, what that actually looks like. And I'll get that to you.
Okay, thank you. And
there were
then,
mock interviews. I don't know what other types of things, mock interviews and things like that, but there were other opportunities.
Interviews, but then also says work experience. I'm just wondering, how we could do that, safely and still give them that experience, which is what they really need. I wanted to ask, that's okay. I've covered my questions. Thank you so much. Wonderful report. It makes me so happy to know that summer school just blew up. And while everything else is falling, we were able to be a real shining star, a real win-win. Thank you.
Mr. Guerrero?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm not that happy with it. Normally, when we get this report on summer school, we're looking at a high 90 percentile success rate. And I've talked to a few parents. Well, I just talked to one the other day, and students had a lot of trouble with this system that was set up. They couldn't handle the online thing, and so that one parent was really disappointed because their schoolwork got lost by school staff, and that was a special ed parent. If we're going to celebrate something, then let's celebrate something that's in the high 90s, not at 76%. I mean, that's not, I could see everything coming in, it's new and whatnot, but there's a lot of room for improvement. And I've talked to the parents, and I talked to the students, and they were very frustrated with they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it. It was an online program, independent study program. No, we need to improve this. I mean, what's going on right now with distance learning, with Zoom, with the breakout rooms and all that, that's what we should have been doing during the summer, So I'm not going to celebrate 76%. I'm sorry, I can't do that. And, it's incumbent on me to express that disappointment. But there you have it. And that's how I feel.
Mr. Foster?
Yes, first of all, you have a lot to do. First of all, you're dealing with this virus, and then you're dealing with planning for the future in the fall, and then you're planning for this. And I want to say thank you for the great work that you did. This is the first time. This is a model, and it may not be perfect, but I think it was a success for the first time. I just want to know, my question is, were the students allowed an evaluation form to evaluate this program, the summer school, and the way it was done this summer? So we had some feedback from the students, written or computer wise, sir?
There was no formal feedback form that was provided for students.
I think that you had a lot to do, and that might have been overlooked, but maybe next year or in the future, maybe we can have an evaluation form. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Dr. Vasquez?
It's not too late. We could maybe do a little survey evaluation on those that succeeded and those that didn't succeed. I mean, I'm just really happy that we were able to increase our numbers well, and that was my question about that 25%. Was it just it's too much for me, or were there real technical issues that we could learn from? So I would love to see some kind of evaluation done from that. Thank you.
Right. And we're pulling our staff together, the summer school staff. So once we got school going, we're reevaluating, looking at what worked, what didn't work, so we can improve it. And I agree with Mr. Guerrero, there's always room for improvement, and we need to shoot for higher numbers of success. So thank you all.
There is room for improvement, but this was really almost a test drive, as tacky as that might sound. But considering that we ended school in March and we had to figure out a new way to do summer school as well, based on what you presented, I think we did a pretty damn good job. So thank you for what you guys do. Ms. Gavoyan.
Yeah, and 76%, that may not sound that great, but we got more kids through summer school than we have ever had. And the most important thing in all of this is our kids that are overloaded with all of their electives, the band kids, the AVID kids, they got to have summer school this year. That is what is so important to me, that it wasn't just remediation. It was for the kids that are excelling and need room in their schedule. So thank you for that.
Mr. Guerrero?
Kids I spoke to were not in remediation. And the disappointment is that now these kids have to take their classes over again. They did not succeed during summer school. Look, I'm not going to continue and beat a dead horse. There is room for improvement. Like I said, the models that we're using now with distance learning, with Zoom, with the breakout rooms, different classrooms and all that, we're learning, okay? There's a bunch of people that succeed. Cream rises to the top. That's a fact. But we have to concentrate on those that are not succeeding and those that are failing. And there is a 25% failure rate here.
Mrs. Naylor?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for trying out a summer school online virtually and the first time through. And you're right. Is it perfect? No. But just the fact that we got the sheer numbers, I'm very happy with the number of students that passed. And I appreciate it. Is there always room for improvement? Yeah, we always want to debrief and say, hey, how can we do that better? And I think with a survey, we might get some good feedback on how we can improve that. But thank you so much for doing that, because I think it's a good way to do summer school, because you have a lot of people, a lot of kids and families that travel and they can't do summer school. Because I've been there. Almost now I need summer school, but you know what? I can't because my family's traveling. You give alternatives to all these kids that have all these different things that are going on in summer where they can still do summer school. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All the work.
Absolutely.
Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Nader, for talking about alternatives. Can these students that weren't able to, that had difficulty during summer school, that 25%, is VCIS, or do we have like a short, like a summer school, but during the year, like an interim? I know some colleges have that we might be able to, if we could look into that, because that's, I know that's what, I know VCIS does that credit recovery, and so does Sequoia. But is there a way that we can offer our regular students, wherever they happen to be, to take a little 4-week summer school if they're willing to? I'm just thinking once things settle in with what's going on, if we could have a little recovery options, it might be worth it. I'm just saying, I'd like.
Yeah, and those are conversations that we have been currently having. Edgenuity provides some of that. So we're looking at that and how can we, if we think about going back to school and kids going into the changing mid-year, and the high schools have this happen currently where a student moves into our area and they come in midway and they have to figure out how to recover credits or do partial credits. So we're looking at the Edgenuity program and looking at options on how we can have some flexibility and work with kids to provide what they need. And just to clarify, that percentage that we're looking at there, I can get you more accurate numbers on the failure rate, but those include kids that enrolled and never showed up. And so that's not necessarily an accurate statement to say those are kids that failed. Those are kids that enrolled, which happens in traditional summer school anyway, and they never show up on day one and they're dropped. And so I can get you more detail on what that looks like.
I'd really like that, especially since it really was our pilot, and how much of that was technical error, how much of that was human error, how much of that is systemic things that we could fix. Because this is our learning curve. Let's take full advantage of that. And maybe if we do get a chance to have that recovery, that those students that were victims of the things that got screwed up might be able to put at that top of the list and not have to have that kind of, challenge again. I think I'd like that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, and I had a little more information regarding the mock job experience. So they were simulated activities that were embedded, things like being a vet tech or a file clerk. So there were those types of DOR opportunities for our kids as well.
Just mock.
Yeah, because of the distance situation. Normally they'd get to do it in person, but so that's what they were provided this summer.
Thank you.
Ms. Naylor?
Just one piece, when we're sorting that out, as far as, how many dropped out, because you're right, Mr. Cardoza, there is a lot of students that just don't show up for summer school, and our regular summer school, I don't even know if we even included those numbers in our report at the end, but it would be nice to see how many kids were serviced last year under the regular normal summer school versus this year, and how many passed, the pass rate, and just kind of compare that. Would be interesting to see the difference.
I can do that for you.
Mr. Foster?
Yeah, I don't, maybe you can clarify this for me. You said a lot of people dropped out. Why are people who drop out or drop out very, very early called failures?
Well, that's my point, that they're not necessarily failures. So that number is misleading. And I just wanted to be clear on that on day one, when kids enroll in summer school, not just this summer, but any summer, a lot of kids will jump in and enroll, and then all of a sudden they've got a couple of days off, and then they got to start back up on summer school on Monday, and they decide, well, maybe I don't want to do that. And so there's a lot of kids that just initially enroll and then they don't show up. So they're not failures. They just decided not to be part of that. And those kids are within these numbers as well. So we showed the number of kids that actually enrolled and the number of kids that completed successfully. So within that, there are some that never showed up, some that failed, and for whatever reason.
So it'll be a new line item. Mr. Guerrero?
I agree with you. They're not failures, but just to clarify, the students that I spoke to showed up. They showed up, and because they could not complete these programs, they struggle with it, with what we're doing. They had to retake classes, and at least one of those students cannot participate in band anymore because they have to retake this class. It's my input.
Okay, anyone else? All right, moving on to enclosure number 24, report on new school year. Mr. Cardoza, you have this one too.
Actually, I think Mrs. Sumavia is starting it off, and then I'll finish it up.
Well, I knew she was participating.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Had to get it up on my screen here. So Mr. Cardoza and I are tag teaming this tonight. I'll be doing the beginning of it and he'll be doing the end. My name is Dee Sumavia and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. And thank you, President Crabtree, Dr. Evelyn, and board members for having me tonight. I'm going to give an overview of the preparation for the new school year. And so we're going to start off with all of our trainings that occur in the beginning of school or right before school starts to make sure our staff are prepared. And so we start off with our annual classified clerical training. This is typically held the last Thursday in July, and it's a chance for our clerical staff at all of our sites and our departments to come in. And many of our departments vie for time to be able to be in front of this group. As we all know, that our secretaries and our custodians are two of the most important people at our sites. And so this is a chance for our secretaries to be in front of all of our departments, for us to train them, go over any new systems, whatnot. So we did focus a lot on full distance learning. So we had some new topics this year that we haven't covered before, such as COVID-19, our new online platforms, and those kinds of things. But then we have normal presentations that are done yearly, purchasing budgets. I will note that we have a new business information system, Tyler Munis, and so that was definitely something that we needed some extra time with our classified clerical staff to cover. There's a lot of feedback, sorry. Okay, And then of course, human resources.
Wow, that's harsh.
Sorry. And then of course, human resources development reviews leaves, timesheets, substitutes, extra duty pays, all just little pertinent things that we need to review each year with our classified staff. Moving on, we have our all VUSD training. So this is every single employee as well as substitutes for us that take our trainings before school starts. And some of them are into the beginning of school. And then we spread a few out over the rest of the school year. Many of these are mandated trainings. And so we had a few again this year that are new to us. So we had our all VUSD employee training, which goes over any changes to board policy or administrative regulations. So our staff is up to date on board policy. But this year we had to add 2 new ones again. So we had a COVID-19 procedures and practices. So just good practices on how to move forward during this time to make sure our staff was aware of safety. And then the integrated pest management for school staff. This is not a training to learn about pest control, as one might view from the title. It's actually on how to use appropriate cleaning products, which ones are okay to use in schools, because as we know during this time, we are trying to make sure that our areas are clean after us. So we have approved products that we can use, and then the training on how to use those products. So you'll see that we continued training throughout the year, September, October through December, and then January through March, which means that we send these out to staff, and they usually have about 30 days to complete the training. So it's during work time. But that gives them ample time to be able to fit that into their schedule. So it just gives you a list of all the different kinds of trainings. These are all on Keenan Safe Schools training, so they're online platforms. Some of them we do review with our staff afterwards, and there are little assessments at the end to make sure that they understand, and they have to pass with an 80% or above to make sure that they understand the training. Okay, moving on to our guest teacher training. These are our certificated substitutes that we hold training for each year. We had lower turnout than normal. So we had about 180 guest teachers participate in this. And we had varied training. So we talked about climate and control. This is both this is climate and control in the classroom. And this is both for in-classroom or virtual settings. And then a presentation for crisis response. We know that we're in a difficult time right now, and we want to make sure our subs are prepared or our guest teachers are prepared to deal with any crisis that may occur either within the classroom or with other staff members. And then human resources development, which is where our guest teachers are processed through. We take them through just annual training, returning to school plan, any safety protocols. Frontline is our new absence reporting system, and this is where our guest teachers would go to look for jobs. So we train them on that this year. If there's sick leave that they're entitled to, how to process or how to fill out their timesheets and how to turn them in. And then we have a guest teacher handbook that we review with them as well. And then moving on to our week-long training, and this is specifically for all our new certificated staff. So these are our new teachers to our district. We had 108 new teachers go through this. We have a few more than 108 new certificated staff members, but not all were hired by the time we started this. So 108 were able to go through the sessions. This was definitely joint efforts between lots of different departments. So we thank all of our district who helped put on these trainings, but it is really led by Shelley Groom and the teacher induction team. And so we're very thankful to them for the work that they put into this. This is a slide right here of the opening page of a presentation. As you can imagine, we couldn't meet in person, so it was all virtual. And I got to take a look at it, and it was pretty amazing the way they took their staff through each of those days to get them acquainted with our staff and their school sites, as well as our processes, all virtually. With this, we had a welcome on day 1, which was Monday. This was August 3rd through 7th. We had a welcome by our superintendent, an inspirational video, and then we had some team building and connections. So usually what we have them do is they get to dress up like warriors. Whoops, sorry. And this year they did a virtual dress up, if you will, into warriors. That was pretty cute and fun activity for all. We use this time to really build connections using Zoom Pro and polling them and using charts and whatnot. So even though it may seem sort of sterile in a virtual environment, they really did have a good time and were able to do some breakouts and whatnot and interact. So it wasn't just them listening to presentations. So again, part of that new certificated staff development week, which we call new teacher training usually, we had curriculum instruction. And so we had our special ed staff come and talk about IEP process. This is in the handbook that they have, their Aspire curriculum that's new this year. The teachers were able to get into PLCs, professional learning communities. So elementary, that looks like grade level teams. So they help to plan and prepare for what they're going to be teaching. And secondary, that looks like content areas. So if you're an English teacher, meeting with other English teachers, math, meeting with other math teachers. And then of course we offered to all of our teachers, not just our new teachers, as well as our classified staff that are working with students, self-paced modules for Schoology, Zoom, and iReady, and there's several other platforms as well. But these were self-paced modules that they got to go through on their own, which means if they didn't understand something, they could go back and review slides and do that at their leisure to make sure that they understood. And some other topics and activities, we always have our social and emotional support team come in and really talk through scenarios and really look at foundations of preventative strategies. We want to make sure our teachers are being proactive rather than reactive with social and emotional needs of our students. We had site orientation, so there was a day when the new teachers met with their principal at the site. They got their keys to their classroom, they got to go into their classroom, kind of get settled a little bit, so that was exciting for them. They also met with their mentor support and then really looked at the whole credential program for our teachers that don't have a full credential thus far, so really looking at what they need to map out. So it's kind of just an introduction to their mentor and credential support programs. And then of course we talked to them about absence reporting and sub requests, essential for any new teacher to know how to report an absence and how to get a sub and sub plans and all those good things. And then as typical, we end that week with VUTA, and usually VUTA puts on a lunch or a breakfast for our teachers. And this year, of course, they weren't able to do that, but they did have a Zoom meeting with breakouts and they had a drawing at the end as well. So we were happy that our VUTA could get in there and really help orientate our new teachers to our school district. As typical on the first day of school, so this is the first day that we report back, which it was August 10th this year, which is Monday. So that's when all staff report back to work. We had our virtual convocation. So usually we're gathering at the Visalia Convention Center, and it is really kind of an amazing time when you look out and see all of the employees that we have working for us. But this year it was in a virtual event. And so it was pre-recorded. Dr. Raveline started the day, and we had a really inspirational speaker, Mr. Jeff Eben, and he is a retired principal from Clovis Unified. He has a great story, and really his message was about how many wins do we have today. So really in a nutshell, we're going through really difficult times right now. And so we hadn't planned this after the pandemic. It was planned before the pandemic, but really was good timing because he really tried to focus us on what are our wins today. So we could, of course, think about all of the negative things or all the things that we've lost or will lose this year due to not being able to be in person, but instead to look at what are our wins. So we encourage our staff each day to find one win at least that you can be proud of to move us on to tomorrow. So that is recorded, and I believe you can still watch it on YouTube. So if you haven't watched it, I do definitely encourage you to do so. Okay, we're moving on to staffing. I'm going to stop there really quickly because that's a lot of information. Do we have any questions on that part of it before I get into staffing?
Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, President Crabtree. Dee Dee, if you can go back, you don't have to go back to the slide, but I want to talk about the guest teachers. I didn't see any technology training there. Did they finally get a chance to receive how to use the iReady? I imagine they have to use all that, right? The iReady, the Zoom, the Schoology. Did they get that training yet? Has that happened?
They didn't that day, but yes, we started with all of our guest teachers that were starting the school year for us. We have people on leave, for different reasons. So they were put through the training first. And then we are continuing to train our guest teachers. We're really having to call or email each of them to see if they're still wanting to come back with us. And as we get that account, then we're putting them through those, again, they're self-paced modules, sorry. So they are going through the training.
So this training that you're talking about that was on August 12th, that was like a group training that you had them stuff, and then you're still
Yes.
Doing the technology stuff as needed, or as we have room for them in the training?
No, it's not room. So after that training, and that's just our normal typical training that we do for all of our guest teachers before we start the school year, then they are given links to do those self-paced trainings on their own.
Oh, do they get paid for that time that they spend?
Yes,
doing
they
those
can.
things? Okay, and then I understand that they actually, when they're called in to the district to do their stuff from there, so they do have a little support.
They have to take the mandated training and those kinds of things as well, yes.
Okay. Do we know how, I'm going to move on to my other question. Do we know how many people actually got a chance to see the WIN guy? I had seen him before. He did a nice job, but I know
Mr.
that,
Eben, I don't know. Do you know the number? Dr. Reveling is saying we don't have a count, but it was mandated training. So they were all to take it. It was through Keenan, and then there was a quiz at the end. So all of our staff should have taken that. Anyone who was not on grid, who attended the training, was paid on a timesheet as well.
okay, so because I was wondering, because I know that I got a link to it and I saw it on YouTube, but there were only like 200 people that had watched it, or even less than that. I was just wondering. So the staff was on a different
Yes.
path. Is that it?
Yes, exactly. Staff got a link through Keenan, like we have all of our other trainings. And then they accessed it through there. And then again, there was that little quiz at the end.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from board members? Go ahead, Ms. Somavia.
Okay, we're going to move on to staffing. And so as typical, we always do a rundown of our staff. So teachers and counselors, counselors are considered teachers. They're in the VUTA bargaining group. So we have a few less this year than we had last year. So 1425 this year. Our classified staff is down a little bit as well, 1,494. Our school psychologists and nurses up to 41. We have a few increase there. Classified managers down a few to 155. And then our classified managers are holding steady at 87. We did have a few teachers that probably weren't in this count because, as I said, we're still hiring. We have a couple ed specialists that we'll be bringing to next board meeting. So we're fully staffed in that area. But this is a pretty close number to what we'll be at full staffing. So enrollment day 6, it's typical that we look at day 6. So this wasn't in the original PowerPoint sent out because day 6 just occurred. We didn't have the data to pull for you. So we're looking at grades TK, so that's transitional kindergarten through 12th grade. So this is all of our students, and you're seeing that there is a dip. We have had some trouble getting all of our students online, and so we have been reaching out to students. And when I say we, I mean school sites are reaching out to students. So either admins, school site secretaries, or teachers to make sure that our students are able to connect. They have their technology. And I do want to report that as of day 8, which was yesterday, at the end of the day, we are up to 28,813. So we do see a little bit of a rise in that number. When we're looking at just specifically our elementary or TK through 6, and again, this excludes the charter schools, we're at 1441 on day 6 as compared to last year. As of yesterday, we are at 14,521. So we are seeing steady increases in our students being able to get on, log on, and continue to come to class. Our 7th and 8th grade, we're at 4,314. And again, on day 8, just so you see that we are continuing to increase. It's a little bit slower than we have seen in past years, of course, because it's not in person. We're at 4,425 as of yesterday. And then our grades 9 through 12 here, we are about 8,500, so we're actually up. We've seen a spike, which is nice, in our high school students, good attendance across the board. So I'm happy to report that our high school students are on, which wasn't much of a surprise. We know that they've been using technology for quite some time now, and so are a little bit more savvy with how to get on and to navigate through that. So as of yesterday, we're at 8,552. So that could just be a few absences. When we're looking at our charter schools, we see a slight increase, a little over 1,200 there. And as of yesterday, it was 1,255 students enrolled in our K-12 charter schools. And then if I move on to class size, and this is where we're going to end our slides, I'll take questions after this one. Our grades TK through 2, our CBA, which is our collective bargaining agreement with VUTA, is a 27-to-1. If this is an average, this is not a cap. This is kindergarten or TK through 2nd grade at each school site. We average those numbers, and we need to keep that to our negotiated average, which is 27-to-1, 27 students to 1 teacher. And our district average overall, again, according to day 6 data, was a little under 24-to-1. So we're within that average. And then our grades 3 through 6, which again are agreed upon average here, grades 3 through 6 for each school is 31-to-1. And our district average is hovering right around 27%. I'm sorry, 27-to-1. Excuse me for that. Dr. Vasquez, you have a question?
Yes, every year that we get this report, I always ask for the range. And I understand that kids are still coming on and that we're settling down and that there is some movement. But if we get a report that tells us we're at 27-to-1, I think you can come up with a report that tells us the range is, so we know how many teachers have more than 30 kids. And we know how many teachers. And my question too about the KT is the TK is that they're only half day. Is that correct?
No.
No, the preschool is the ones that are half day.
Preschool is, yes.
Okay, so we're not talking preschool. So then
No,
these would be, these numbers, then they would be cut in half for the A and B?
No,
right,
no, we are reporting class is A and B together. So it's per teacher.
What I'm saying is that even though, say that you gave me a range and that some classes have, I don't know what, 20, and that somebody other class might have 31, that hopefully there's like an even split between A and their morning classes and their afternoon classes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. So I will say that for elementary, that's much easier to split the class into half or about half. We started with high school students and then looked at siblings at middle school to make sure that our families are on the same track, whether it's A or B. And so that came out with that it isn't always exactly in half, but that we tried as best as we can. I do know that there's some differences in high school just due to student schedules. Some of their schedules are really tight because they might be in band, which only might be 1 period offered, right? Or they have AP classes and those are directed. So I have heard of instances where there's definitely a difference in their A and B per class. The actual teacher that I was talking to teaches AP and there's a smaller number of kids, but their schedules are usually pretty tight. And so he did have a pretty big discrepancy in one of his classes. But again, we try as hard as we could to make sure that they were as even as possible.
And then one of the things that we were looking at, and again, we've tried to be responsive to what parents are telling us. One of the things was that they wanted all our kids together. Now we're hearing a lot about, I've got 4 kids and they're all on at the same time. Is that one of the things that when we do get a chance to look at things, during week 6 or whenever we're going to start looking at the changing of the schedule or what's possible, what's working, that we might be able to survey parents again to see if they really do want all their kids on at the same time? And because that would probably change your things a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we can look at that. I think it's going to be harder to switch high school student schedules and then middle school next. Elementary would be probably the easier one to switch out students. So it would have to be a situation where if I had, 12 and 12 in each of my classes and I had 2 that wanted to switch out in each one, that would be an easy swap. We don't want to get to a situation where A is at 20, and B only has 10 students or whatnot.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking with our 30,000 students, we can't please anybody, but if we can at least make attempts to make things, but I really would like to have an idea of how many students, what really is the range. So please.
Yeah, and actually I can give you some preliminary data, but understand that it changes daily.
Right.
Nathan and I meet, and we just met on Monday. We're going to try to meet again on Friday. And we continue to meet every few days because you will be amazed at the difference between days in data. So when I'm looking at K2, we have 1 class that has 31 students. That's for all of our elementary schools. So all of our 27 elementary schools, the highest class size is 31. On average, it's about 25. And the low, we have 7 in one class. So that's a site that we're looking really closely at numbers to see if we have to collapse a class. This is typical of any year. We meet often to go through to see do we have any big pockets? Do we need to add a teacher somewhere? Or do we have really low numbers, other places where maybe we need to collapse a class? So from, it's different from year to year. I would say that when Nathan and I went over numbers, we did notice that we have some low TKs in a few spots. And we're thinking that, again, those are projections. We don't know a specific number that are coming. As you know, we shut down in March, which is when we typically do kindergarten registration. And so we didn't have accurate numbers to go on to place teachers. And so we do have 3 different school sites that have fairly low numbers in TK. So we're just gonna watch those really closely to see if we need to, combine a class or how we can work that out to make sure that we're meeting students' needs and not having 3 and 4 in an A and a B session.
And did I miss something? The whole 31 to 1, I thought we were going down. Was that one of the concessions that the union made when we were trying to work on things together?
Yeah, so we went up 1 student, and so we're at 27 to 1 in K1. And so again, that's an average. So you're looking at all of your students in kindergarten, first and second per school, and then averaging those numbers. And so it's not a cap per class. So at that site, that happens to be a kindergarten classes at 31. And again, we sometimes don't know who's showing up to our kindergarten. We've already closed enrollment at that site for that grade level. And so those classes look like 31, 29, 29 at that specific site. But we have another kindergarten class across the way that has classes of 18 and 17. So it's hard to predict who's, how many kids we're going to get for kindergarten and TK until they show up. And
Right,
that's why we continue to look at numbers and then make decisions on either adding or collapsing classes.
Did I hear you say that there's no cap? So even though we have 31 or we have 35 or we have, isn't at some point there's a cap by contract that we have to not go over?
No, there is no cap. So we did investigate that last year through our negotiations, and we took a sample school site and looked at last year's data. So we really tracked day by day attendance, because that's what we do here as we turn in attendance every couple of days. And we realized very quickly that if we had a cap, it would mean continually changing classes and creating combinations. Because once you go over, then you have to put that student. So like if you were at your cap in 3rd grade, then that next 3rd grader you get has to be put in a 4th grade or a 2nd grade class and create a combo there. And so there was constant movement of students. And so it was agreed upon between both VUT and Visalia Unified that a cap wasn't the way that we wanted to go. Instead, we were going to continue with class averages. There are some state caps for kindergarten and 3rd grade that we can't go over. So 32 for 3rd grade and 33 for kindergarten. And again, those are state caps.
Okay, so there are caps on that, but we try to keep within there. Okay, great. No, it's just
Absolutely.
I heard horror stories about junior highs that, have 10 more kids than they have desks for. So I was just wondering that somewhere along the line, there's a cap, but you do have them 33. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Foster?
Thank you. I realize it's really still early in the school year. Are there any surprises, let's say maybe a growth in a particular area or a decline in a particular area? I realize we might not get the final data for maybe a couple more weeks, but there is any surprise?
I would say that it's not a surprise, but Riverway continues to bust at the seams, if you will. They have pretty high enrollment. We've actually, and when Nathan and I met, that's when we decide if we're closing enrollment at a site. So for instance, Riverway, we had to close enrollment, which means any new students that come, we would outplace them to another site in 2 of their grade levels, kindergarten and 6th grade. And then we continue to monitor and then close enrollment because we don't want them to go above those averages. And then we have several sites that we're watching enrollment closely because they're getting close. And even though their average isn't over our CBA, sometimes we have a specific grade level that is just a pocket of kids that are, higher than the rest. And so we will close enrollment at certain sites. We also have a couple, again, that I told you about that we're looking at and watching carefully because of low numbers to decide where we're going to, move from there. We do have an increase of students. It wasn't a huge surprise, but Valley Oak and Golden West both are way over their projections. So they're going to be getting extra FTE allowances to make sure that their class sizes are within limits.
Any other board member comments? All right. Do you have more on this?
My part is done. I'm going to hand it over.
I was raising my hand over here.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Guerrero.
Yeah, okay. So earlier you mentioned there were some places that were having students getting trouble getting students online. What type of technology assistance is going on? And what if a teacher requests technology assistance, what's the turnaround time?
So I know that Mr. Cardoza talked about this earlier, but our technology services department has been amazing. And what we continue to hear from teachers that we're meeting with is that turnaround time has been almost nothing. They call and they get service over the phone really right away. Teachers have reported that they called and said, you know, my battery is dying, and tech services is out there with a new device for them. Parents are calling, they're fielding sometimes up to 1,000 calls an hour. Is that what you reported? I believe. So they are really working overtime to make sure that they're fielding all the calls. I will say a big shout out to all of our school sites, because our secretaries, our clerical staff have become quickly trained on how to troubleshoot when parents call. And so I know the first day I went to 15 different sites, and they were a little crazy in the office, but they have quickly learned. I talked to one of them today and said, you know, I'm more tech savvy than I ever was before. I've been able to troubleshoot with parents. So it's a combination between teachers helping, administrators, our clerical staff, our tech services, to make sure that they're getting what they need. I will say, like, I talked to Ridgeview yesterday because we saw a dip in their 7th grade enrollment from projections. And they did report that they had a pocket of students who were having trouble getting on, but teachers were reaching out to them and making sure to make contact either by phone or email, a different way to make sure that they were getting instruction to them. So those numbers are starting to come up there as well.
All right. Earlier before the board meeting, I received a phone call regarding an elementary school. I do not know which one. I was asking, they wouldn't tell me that was having trouble. Teachers were having trouble getting a hold of kids. I mean, you know, I don't want to sound negative, but I'm hearing a lot of, hey, we're doing good, we're doing this, and as a board member, that's not what I want to hear, because I've talked to a few of the teachers, and I've seen the emails come in where they're not getting assistance in terms of technology, and the technology is taking pretty much a week. You know, so that's why I asked the question. And you're telling me differently. Okay. Fine, I'll listen to that, but I'm also listening to the staff. You know, we need a quick turnaround time, and I'm asking that we review how many tech supports are out there, and I have to ask a question: how many techs are assigned per school? Do we have one tech picking up one school, or do we have a tech picking up multiple schools?
So right now, all of our tech are out of tech services. So we pulled them all from the sites to be housed centrally so they could help, because as you know, we don't have students on site. So they were there to help distribute tech, to also be there for the call line to make sure that they could troubleshoot while they're with them. If the student has their a school device, or the teacher has a school device, tech services can remote in right when you're on the phone with them to help troubleshoot any issues that they're having. So all of our tech services are working together to troubleshoot each call that comes in.
Okay, and the reason I asked that is we have 29,000 students. We're going to have 29,000 Chromebooks out there. Now, I'm going to ask this question, as this is a new school report. I'm getting feedback in terms of the volunteer policy, this parent volunteers. And, you know, I know there's something going on there, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this. Because we're on Zoom, the teaching's going on Zoom or other platforms, parents are not allowed to volunteer. Is that correct?
So not at this time. We are working with legal counsel, and we're still getting prepared with our teachers. Yeah, I just talked to a staff today. They're not ready for breakout rooms or for help or whatnot. They're not even having some of their classified help on Zoom at this point because they're still really getting to know their
It's not-
student.
It's not a side issue. What you just alluded to right now is there's a legal matter going on here. Am I correct?
So we have been advised by legal counsel that we shouldn't use volunteers. We should stick to all of our staff members, either certificated or classified members, to help.
Okay, yeah, because I think the parents are getting the impression that the school board doesn't want parent volunteers. And I'm not getting that sense from school board members. What I'm listening to and what I'm hearing is that there's a legal matter here that's going on in the state of California regarding volunteers, okay, at school
Yes,
sites.
that's correct.
Okay, because I wanted to make that clear because there's a lot of folks watching. There's a lot of folks looking on to our school board meeting, which is really good because we've never had so much participation before. But I just want to make it clear that it's not the board that's not wanting the parents to be volunteering at our school. If there's a legal matter here that's preventing that, then we need to tell the parents that. The parents need to be aware of that. The other thing too is that, I believe that if this is affecting our policies, then we need to review our parent volunteer policy. And if it's called a COVID-19 pandemic policy in case of emergency, whatever, that we implement these policies in case of an emergency where we shut down schools, if they're not our regular policies. We need to discuss these policies in our September meeting, which is upcoming next month, when we're going to have HR meetings and we're going to talk about these policies because, if we have policies in place, but they're not applying. We have a pandemic going on. We're at distance learning, and you know what? Where it's not business as usual. I want parents at the schools. I want volunteers at our schools, but there's a reason here that we can't do it, and it appears to be a legal matter. Then the parents need to know about that.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. I absolutely understand what you're saying. And you're right. I don't think that any of our staff are saying that we don't want parents, but we have been counseled to not have volunteers. It wasn't specific about parents, but just the legal issues surrounding Zoom and virtual learning and whatnot, to not utilize any of our volunteers at this time. But I appreciate you stating that so parents and other volunteers understand.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Foster?
Ms. Samavia, I've been hearing reports, I'm out in the community. Most of the parents are having difficulty, but they are adjusting. The real complaint that I really hear is on the elementary level from our elementary school teachers. Could you comment on how often do you meet with VUTA? Because I hear problems that these teachers are working a lot of hours. Of course, we at the post office, I must admit, the new norm is working till 7 o'clock at night. And I hear that elementary school teachers are working 14, 15 hours a day. Is there a maximum, and what can we do to alleviate their situation?
Thank you for the question. I think that you're right. We're all functioning under different times, and our normal work is turned into different work now that we have to struggle through, and definitely longer hours for many of us. And we appreciate our teachers greatly for the work that they put in. We have been discussing schedules. I actually met with Mr. Cardoza and Dr. Raveline and our elementary principals, talking about how to possibly carve out extra time in the day so they could have extra planning time. And really, principals went back to their staff members and talked to either leadership teams or teachers that were on site about that. And we had varying opinions on that. Some were ready to modify the schedule immediately and start fresh and have some more planning or prep time. And others were absolutely not in favor of that because they felt like they needed every minute with their students that they could get. While others were very passionate about not changing the schedule we had put out, that we would wait until approximately the 9-week mark, which is a quarter of the way into school or half of a semester before we would make a change. And so they were adamant that we needed to stick to that because we have many parents that built their daycare options around the schedule and they didn't want to disrupt that. So after lots of conversation, we decided to give it another couple weeks and come back and then talk to them again, our elementary principals, and have them then go back to their staffs and see where they're at and how their feelings were, regarding changing the schedule. As for VUTA, Mr. Price and I talk or text or email or Zoom several times during the week. I just talked to him yesterday, in fact. And not every time are we talking about schedules, because sometimes we have other business to talk about. But I know that the UTA is definitely interested in continuing conversations about that. So we keep moving through that, and then we'll see where we go. But I think at this time, the consensus so far is that there isn't consensus, and that we needed to give it a few more weeks before we make any tweaks to the schedule.
Another question, please. If these teachers are working long hours, I'm worried about teacher burnout, even at this early part of the school year. What services do teachers have, psychological services, mental services, whatever, to help them through this difficult period now?
So we have a couple different options. We have our care line that it's been working since March 13th. So we have school psychologists and counselors working those lines to take calls and help staff, parents, or students that need assistance. We also have, through our insurance, free services for counseling that they can take advantage of. And so we are definitely here if they need counseling or need support, or just need someone to talk through things with. So there's a few different ways in which we can help our staff members through this time.
Thank you very much, Mrs.
You're welcome.
Board Member Naylor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I know we're talking about elementary, but I've heard a lot from the high school that the schedule is exhausting because they have to teach the same class, 3-4 times. So are you also having those conversations, hopefully with the high school principals and the teachers at that 6 week to see if we need to modify it also?
Yeah, so when we get to that, and again, I'm gonna make sure everyone understands. We're talking about starting to talk at the 6 week mark, because if we make a change at the 9 week, we need a few weeks to solidify what that looks like and message out to families, of course. And so we looked at elementary first, because what we're hearing from our teachers is what you've all been talking about, that they've been working long hours, and they see that secondary has built-in prep times because they have a natural prep because they have periods, where elementary doesn't. And so we were trying to figure out a way to provide them with prep time that is in line with what middle school and high school teachers have. So that's why we started the conversation there.
I just want to make sure that we also are looking at those same conversations at the middle school and high school, because I'm hearing a lot about the schedule also being a little, not so much about the prep time, but just the sheer time that they have to prep. So I just think, I hope that those conversations are happening at middle school and high school too.
Board Member Gamoyan.
I too am concerned about the schedule. I think our teachers are killing themselves getting ready. There's teachers that are very tech savvy and they don't need as much extra time. And then we have a lot of teachers that aren't very tech savvy and they're needing more time. I agree with Board Member Naylor. I hope we're having conversations about the secondary as well. I just know I come in Friday and I say, because I've been out and about talking on the phone with some principals, and I'm like, okay, we just need to change the schedule. I talked to you, I think it was Thursday night, Friday morning, and you were like, yeah, we're going to try to add some more time. And then you talk to the teachers and the principals again, and it's like a bunch of them are like, no, keep it the way it is. And some of them are like, no, you got to change it. And some of them are like, you know what, I figured it out, let's just go. So we're all over the place. And so I think we need to let it run a little bit longer and really evaluate where everybody is. I know parents, we can't just change on a dime because, parents are telling their employers, hey, I'm not coming to school till after lunch because I'm with my kid in the morning teaching. So we have to be cognizant of that as well. the parents that are taking off this time to either in the morning or the afternoon to be with their kids. So yeah, I just appreciate that you are monitoring, and I think, you know, within the next three or so weeks, we need to have some, and I know that you will do this, have some frank conversations about that schedule, because, you know, our teachers are amazing and they are busting their tails and they're to get these lessons online. And, you know, I've just seen some amazing things happening, but, you know, I am worried for our teachers.
Mrs. Gomoyan, thank you. And I will second that. Our teachers are amazing. I have attended lots of different back to school nights, elementary and high school so far. And I've been blown away by their presentations and their commitment and their excitement about you know, reaching their students and at least being able to be in contact with them. I know they all miss their students dearly, but we have been absolutely impressed with what they have been able to do in a short amount of time in this new kind of environment.
Board Member Guerrero.
Yeah, I agree. We have some great staff, great teachers, and they are working hard. But we need to remain flexible because we don't want people burning out. They're putting a lot of effort into what they're doing, and you know, if we need to make adjustments in the schedules, then we need to make adjustments. But there is a concern, and that is that concern for childcare, especially at the elementary level. So if we need to continue being flexible, talk to our VUDA, talk to our association, and you know, do the best we can. And if we need to make changes, then we need to make changes.
Board Member Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that we're going to kind of hit this a little bit on the next presentation, but since you did talk about supporting teachers and that CARES number that we have, I'm wondering how many calls we're getting. I'm wondering if we have more than one line. I'm wondering how long the wait time is. And I'm wondering if we're having any hours in the weekend, being that our teachers are working so hard. I'm sure they're working the weekends as well, but if they're in front of the camera all day and are already struggling with having prep time, and we're saying that we're having support like the CARES line, or even them to be able to go see their, you know, I'm just wondering, are we really supporting there? Is the CARES line available with some weekend hours just in case they really want to go, but they don't want to leave their classroom, or really looking at other ways that we can support our teachers? Because we know not only the teachers and the students and the parents that there's still a lot of anxiety and sensitivity, and you know, we're still in a pandemic. So I'm just wondering,
absolutely.
we do have great services, but are they actually accessible is my question.
So Dr. Vasquez, thank you for the question. I don't know the answer, but Mr. Gridiron is coming up as a presenter, and I know that he will be able to answer that question for you. So if you can hang on, we'll make sure he answers it for you.
Mr. Fulmer.
I just, one of the things I've heard several times is that teachers and principals don't necessarily feel that they have a lot of input on how we do this. And I think we really need to listen to the people on the ground. What, you know, does this work? Does this not work? What could we be doing better? And maybe different schools need to do it differently.
So what we heard loud and clear from our parents since March is that they wanted consistency for their families. So that's why we initiated with school starting with one schedule. And we really are trying to listen to our teachers and our administrators. We meet with our administrators regularly, both whole group and then into elementary, middle school, and high school groups. And Mr. Cardoza and I and Dr. Evelyn attends when she's able to. We've been meeting with each school site. Just an open forum for them to ask questions, share concerns, frustrations, wins, you know, whatever they want. And they are very frank with us, actually. They are, you know, happy to share what's on their mind, you know, the good, bad, and ugly, I will say. And we are definitely taking notes and taking that into account as we move forward.
Other board member comments? Okay, Ms. Somavia, you have more?
Well, actually, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cardoza to finish up the presentation.
You yourself. Okay, so the second part of this is the new school site and modernization projects this summer.
You got a lot of feedback going there, Mr. Cardozo. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, we do. Are we still, hang on one second here.
I hear somebody's TV.
Okay, is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. So new school site and modernization projects.
You're not better.
You're gonna change my slides, some of you.
Mr. Fulmer, can you
Tag
turn off your
team.
mic?
So Sequoia High School, construction broke ground in the spring of 2019. It's a new site equipped to house up to 500 students, and it was completed in June of this year. It includes an amphitheater, gym, library, and a front office. Next slide. As you can see here, so if you have an opportunity to go visit, it's a great site to see. I know Mr. Jerry Lemus will be providing a little more detail on some of these projects later on in the board presentation. Another project modernization is our Ivanhoe Elementary School, which received a full campus modernization, included a library and front office upgrade. All classrooms received new floor, wall, and ceiling treatments. New furniture was included, as well as technology upgrades. Golden West High School, as you all probably know, has been a 7-phase campus-wide modernization project that began in 2019 and will continue through the summer of 2021. It included new ceilings, walls, floor finishes throughout classrooms and student areas. It provided next generation furniture and, again, technological updates. Redwood High School Science Wing, they have worked from ceiling to floor to ceiling with upgrades, all classrooms equipped with new state-of-the-art labs with all utilities needed for all levels of upper grade science and instruction. Along with our new modernization projects, we also have new instructional materials. Many of these were rolled out this year because of our situation where we needed to provide distance learning for kids. So we took on our learning management system, which is Schoology. We have our Zoom video conferencing communications. We have adopted iReady curriculum for ELA and Math K-8. We have IXL for our Math 9 through 12. We continue with some of the programs we've used in the past for CTE and science through ICV, EV, and Nepsis, as well as STEM scopes. Social science, we have a document-based questioning program, but we've purchased the online edition to help support our students. With our band, orchestra, and choir, our VAPA groups, we have adopted smart music. For their visual arts, we have the Flex curriculum, and for world language, we have iCulture. And then our special education, we have a dyslexia reading curriculum that's new. It's a specialized program that individualized reading excellence is what SPIRE stands for. So those are our new programs. And any questions?
Is there any public comment on this item? Board member comments? Thank you, Mr. Cardozo and Ms. Somavia. Great presentation. And we'll now move on to Visual and Performing Arts, AKA VAPA. Enclosure number 26, Curriculum Director Claudia Ardon Diaz.
John, I think we're on enclosure number 25, 8.3.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Brandon. You're right. Student Intervention and Support System Update.
Good evening, Mr. Crabtree. It's okay. I'm gonna set up anyway.
You'll forgive me?
No, we're good. Good evening, Board President Crabtree, Dr. Raveline, members of the board, our student, staff, and families. Tonight, I have an opportunity to provide the board and community an update on our student intervention and support system. And just to provide context, really the focus of our department is to help our sites build the capacity to meet the needs of their student, staff, and families. And we do that through training, resources, and supports, and a focus on helping our students meet our sites meet the needs of their students academically, behaviorally, and social emotionally. And so tonight I'm going to be really covering the student intervention and support system that we've developed in order for us to effectively do that. And when we really look at supports, it's important for us that we're effective, efficient, and equitable in the supports that we provide. And we provide supports on 3 levels in 3 areas. And so really when we look at providing supports, it's important that we're providing supports to not only our students, but the individuals who are supporting our students, which are our staff and families. And when we look at providing supports, we do it in the areas of academics, behavior, and social emotional, making sure that we're looking at the whole child and developing the integrated supports that way. And so when we talk about our student intervention and support system, this is a framework for how we utilize data effectively, how we develop our systems and practice and organize them in such a way where they focus on instruction, intervention, and prevention strategies to provide supports to those in need. And so when we first talk about the level of support that we're providing, we look at our what we call tier 1 support. And this is support that everyone would be receiving. And so when we think about our students, we have core support that students should be receiving across our district. And so as we look at our systems and really work with our sites, it's really about the clarity, the transparency, the communication consistency, and ultimately the accountability to make sure that this is happening across our district. When we talk about ensuring equity, it's making sure that there are core systems that we know that our schools are providing in order to meet the needs of our students. But in addition to that, we also talk about what we do as a district. How do we make sure that we're providing the necessary supports across our district to ensure that our sites are meeting the needs of their students? And so what was mentioned earlier was the VUSD care line. I don't exactly have those numbers for you either, but I will get those exact numbers for how many staff are accessing the care line. I can tell you that it has increased since we opened it in the summer. But also when we talk about support to our staff, we have a great administrative team across our district who also provide support to their staff in those areas. And so what we do is really help them develop the systems to make sure that they're providing the support to their staff as well. So we don't want it to be a district thing. We really want it to be where our sites have the capacity to meet the needs of their students, staff, and families. And so this is one area where we're talking about with regards to tier 1, and that's really what everyone would receive across our district. And so when we look into going in tier 2 supports, that's more intentional. It's for students who've identified, or staff members or parents who need additional support, but specifically in students in this instance, who've identified that the support that we're providing at tier 1, the core support that we're providing to everyone, may not be meeting the needs of that student. And so how do we provide that extra layer of support? It doesn't mean that they don't continue to receive that core support at tier 1, because everyone receives that. But how do we provide that extra layer of support to meet the needs of those students in those respective areas? But then we're also working in coordination with the parents and the teachers to ensure that that support is effective. Oftentimes when we look at interventions and supports, the support is targeted just for the student. There's a lack of communication between that support and what's happening in the home, or a lack of communication to the teacher in regards to what supports is being provided and how we can transfer that into the classroom. And so that coaching piece where really the support is coordinated in such a way that meets the needs of that student, but also making sure it's not just focused on behavior. Behavior sometimes is a root to a greater issue. And so we need to make sure that we're identifying exactly what those issues are. And one of them could be academic. It could be a home situation. It can be an attendance issue. When we look at supporting our students, we have to look at all of the things that may be impacting their ability to be effective or successful in school, and making sure we're addressing all those areas. And if tier 2 supports are not working, so if for a period of time we're providing these tier 2 supports for a student, and typically those happen in a group setting or with a group of students, then we look at a more intensive level of support. This is individualized. This is a support that may be provided specifically to fit that particular student. It may not be a group support, or it may be a group support in addition to an intensive individualized support. But these are the types of supports that we would provide as a district. We talk about individualized behavior intervention plans, or individualized academic support plans, social emotional skill building, but then we can also move forward if there's a need, to look at further assessments to determine whether there is intensive levels of support that may need to be provided through either an individual education plan, an IEP, or 504. And so those are things that we look at as the last resort, because what we want to make sure is, as a school, we're doing, or as a district, but as a school site, we're doing everything we can to ensure that the student is receiving the supports that they need. But then we also work with our outside agencies and our community agencies to provide therapeutic services if necessary, social services, and working coordination with our outside agencies that we partner with. But then also our district team at the site level, or at the district level, excuse me, providing intensive behavior intervention and coaching to not only our school psychologists, our administrators, but also to our teachers who may have students who need more intensive supports. And then our on-campus intervention programs and the individualized counseling and coordinated care of support with our safe techs and our social workers. And so as I go through looking at the interventions that are provided, this is just a snapshot of the 10 most frequent provided interventions across our district. And what you'll see is that our behavior intervention technicians have logged a significant amount of 32% of our interventions. With that being said, there also are a lot more of our behavior interventions across our district. And so we had behavior intervention technicians, across our district at every level. However, now we've transitioned to providing those services at an earlier level at the elementary level, and then providing additional supportive services in a coordinated way with social workers and counselors at the middle school and high school level. In addition to that, you can see that our social workers are providing intervention and group support. There's academic interventions that are provided, and then also working with our SIP counselors, or student intervention and support counselors, in regards to gang intervention, and then frequent coordination with our parents and connecting our students and our families to outside resources. And so right now what we're doing is we've in the process of changing our logging process for documenting interventions, so we can actually specifically see exactly what targeted skill building practices or interventions are being provided. And so when we really look at the measuring and the fidelity of these systems across our district, it's important to note how our kids are responding and how our sites are responding and meeting the needs. And so what we use is a tier fidelity inventory. This really allows us to measure our systems. How frequent are sites meeting? Are they identifying students? Are they providing interventions effectively? Do they have teams that meet regularly and look at data? And are they having conversation and getting all the stakeholders involved in the process? And along the way, we look at our goal is that 80%, they're doing that on an 80% scale, really making sure that those systems are tight and in place. Then when we also measured with suspension rates. So our suspension rate goal would be under 3%. That's just really matching kind of where we see with our state dashboard data and sites being effective when their suspension rates are low. We have work to do in that area, but that is a measure that we look at to determine the effectiveness of the systems at each school site. We also look at incidents. And so our incidents, really the goal is that they're under 5%, which really office managed incidents. That means students leaving class and having to be sent to the office. And so when we look at our data dashboard within PowerSchool, if we see incidents hovering above 5%, that's an indicator for us to tell us that our sites need additional support, and we provide that support to them. And then also interventions. Our range is 15 to 20% of students receive, 5 to 20% of students receiving intervention, and that is variable. So as we looked at that chart from tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, our goal was 80% at tier 1, meaning 80% of our kids are doing what we're asking them to do, and they're meeting the expectations with the core support that we're providing. This 5 to 20% means that 15% may be hovering in tier 2, who may need additional support, and 5% will be in that tier 3 range. And so this is really kind of our metrics right now of how we look at the student intervention support system and determine our needs for supporting sites. Our next piece is to really work with our curriculum team and our area team to incorporate growth, to incorporate academic standards and attendance into this measure as we continue to provide supports to sites. So when we do that, we then develop our student intervention support menu. So again, our goal is to help sites build the capacity, but we have to develop a menu of support. So how do we identify what type of supports are needed. And that's based on the data. So we may have systems implementation. How do we help the site develop their implementation of their systems? All of the sites do their own self-rating. And from there, based on where they are, they get to identify areas of support that they want to target, and we will help provide the support to them. But we can go through restorative practices, supporting and responding to student behavior, administrative PD, social emotional learning, academic instruction strategies, so on and so forth. But we get to drill down specifically based on those 4 areas that I talked about on where that support will be targeted and how we would intentionally provide that support. And so what I'll show you here is just kind of our breakup of where schools are. So when we talk about tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, this tells us that based on incidents, the number of incidents that are office managed, we have a significant number of our sites that are at tier 1, meaning they just need our core base support. Then we have a few other sites that may be at tier 2 that need additional support, and then at tier 3 who need more intensive support, individualized support to help them in that area. Same thing for interventions. And then our TFI, the systems that are developed, and suspension rate. And so this is how we determine and drill down to what specific sites need what support. And then we have our overall measure. And so then overall, we can really look at where are our sites along the continuum. Obviously, what we want to do is move our sites to be all in that tier 1 range, understanding that there are going to be sites based on varying different factors that need tier 2 support and need tier 3 support. We have to develop a system where we're responsive to those needs and are able to provide the support in an effective, efficient, and equitable manner. So with that being said, there are 3 critical factors that I mentioned last time in our last board report, is that we need to create the experiences, the environment, and the relationships that are conducive to the creating the culture in our campuses and within our district that we want. And so everything we do is going to be predicated on that, of that we're being effective, efficient, and equitable, but we're creating the experiences, environment, and relationships to be able to support our sites and meeting the needs. This is kind of just our next steps and really moving forward with updating our website. If you haven't had an opportunity, we have an Equity and Student Services Department website, which the team has worked tremendously on developing resources that are virtual for our students, staff, and families, that are easily accessible and amazing, to be honest. And then our Power School updates. We've been working with tech services for several years, and I have to give a shout out to James Sack, who has, he's amazing at what he does with developing the systems for us to be able to really gather the data that we need, but improving our data systems and how we report things and be able to look at data effectively. And then creating online forums. So in response to feedback from students, in response to feedback from parents, we just had a student inclusivity task force meeting yesterday. Is students have requested a reporting system so that they can report things to administration and they can keep track of those things that they're reporting. We were able to do that. And now we're finalizing our request for assistance. Students have also requested, is there a way that we can request for assistance, for additional support to our site teams? And so we're developing that feature within Power School for both parents, students, and staff to be able to request for assistance. And then lastly, with the request for assistance, sites will be able to request for assistance through their area administrators and with us. And then also really looking at professional development and training. Our community social emotional wellness task force. Obviously, we see that there's a lot of things within our community, within this country in general, that really focus on the social emotional wellness needs of our students, staff, and families, from the pandemic to everything else that is going on. And then also really working with Jim Sullivan and his Safe Techs and their team through family and community services in coordination with our social work support. And then finally, really reviewing and continuously looking at our data to refine and improve what we're doing and action plan around that. Never being satisfied with where we are, but always wanting to grow to make sure that we provide our kids what they need. Other than that, that's it for me, unless there are any questions.
Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment on this item.
Board member comments? Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Gridiron. It all sounds really good, but I know you did say that you are it's just really hard for me to see with everything that's going on at the district, how they have time to reach out to you and how they have time to be able to do that. Like for instance, the numbers that you showed us, those were for 1920, right? They're
Yes.
not for this year. So since then, we, because of the budget cuts, we got rid of, I think it was 6 full-time social workers and 28 safes, and yet you're still including them as being a support. I really like, there's a lot of things I like about your report and what we're doing. The idea of that communication systems, it seems like you do have some way for people to ask for support or to get clarification. And I think that's really good, but I'm just wondering how um, we're able to do that. I know that I like that you're looking at the data, and I know that that was the direction we were going in, to be able to have better data so we can really see, and that you're really taking input from the sites to target what the site is doing. But I'm just wondering, while things are still falling into place, and the sensitivity and the need is so high and the anxiety is so high for everyone, do people really have time to call in and say, hey, I have anxiety. I need help with this. I mean, do we even, if they're still getting to the place where they're just getting to know their students, to know
Yeah.
really what our needs are? I mean, and do we have enough people manning those phones and to be able to do that? Because I mean, it looks beautifully, but I'm just wondering how many people are accessing the care line. Are they available weekends? Is it for students? Is it for staff? Who is actually calling? Is anybody calling?
For sure. And based on the feedback, and I'll look into the numbers specifically, but the call center, our calls are low. So as you mentioned, people are, they're working now, they're in school, they're learning online, and the call center really was accessed by our staff, by our community, and by our parents. That we've had calls from at all levels. However, we're not just waiting for those calls. We actually are going out to speak with students. We have these forums and communication to kind of get input from them based on what they're needing, but then also relying on our site staff to really communicate with us about their needs. And so our area administrators have done a great job with communicating consistently with our site principals and leadership, including us in the meetings with our principals, so we can kind of hear the concerns that they have, and then make sure that we curtail our level of support to what we're hearing. And so looking at that data to make sure that we're effective in that. Outside of the other question you asked with regards to the coordination of support, although we've lost staff in that respect, our coordination of support has been allowed us to be more effective, I should say, or efficient in that response. I don't for 1 minute believe that the loss of staff is not going to allow us to be as effective as we were in meeting the needs of our students. It's just how we choose to do that now, and being more efficient in that response is actually going to help us along the way.
And have you considered having alternative times, so that like during the weekends, or now that people are in front of the Zoom for so many hours, and increasing the hours of our care, since you said the numbers are lower, like during the weekend or evening hours, so we can have more access? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's something that we can look into in regards to coordinating those services with our outside agencies, because we're working closely with our outside agencies who actually have who have weekend hours and extended hours and night hours, and so we can definitely work with them to coordinate that level of support.
So we're not using our social workers, we're not using our staff to man the care lines?
Yeah, we are using our staff during the weekday, during their work day, during week hours. But if we see that there's a need extended beyond those hours, we can coordinate with outside agencies who also provide the same service.
Is there any way that we can actually survey or find out what people would use, or do a doodle, or some way that we can, I mean, that we're not putting people out there just to hang out, but that we know that there's a need? Or
for sure,
I don't know. I just we hear how hard this has been for some people. Definitely. And I want to, and you did a beautiful presentation. You understand that these are needs, but looking at the tier 2 and so many of those supports, I don't know that they're still in place. I mean, the Joven Noble and Shinatsi, those a lot of those things are dependent upon the volunteers, and now we can't have volunteers. We can't have parents, we can't have that stuff. So I'm just hoping that we do have supports in place that are true, that people can actually access.
Definitely. And our social workers and staff are reaching out to sites specifically to get information in regards to staff that need support in those areas.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Board Member Gamoyen.
Brandon, you're brilliant at systems. But, and it looks like finally we're out of our silos in the district office, and like it's coordinated clear across with the areas and things like that. I have a question on Tier 2 supports, the check-in, check-out. I'm concerned about the elementary teachers having the time to do that.
Mhm.
That's a concern for me. I have a question about on-campus interventions. How does that work? Like, like if a student needs those kinds of supports, are they there for a certain amount of time? What's happening there?
Mhm.
And where are those across our district?
Yeah, so currently right now they're housed at our middle schools. So we have on-campus interventions at our middle schools and one of our elementary schools. And those will be typical like any other course and class based on a referral for intervention or support that is needed for a student. And they would go and attend to that OCI like they would any other class, virtually, asynchronous learning, and really focus on the intervention to improve upon whatever may have caused the student to need that additional support or may have them struggling in school, and it's really focused on providing that targeted intervention. Luckily, we haven't, and I'm not gonna say it because typically I gotta knock on wood, but right now we're ready and available to provide that support to students as they need it, because again, it's our focus is making sure that we have it available.
Right.
And being able to provide it that way.
So it's kind of diagnostic and individualized for the students. Is that kind of what's happening?
So a student can be referred through our Tier 2 system. So if a student is identified in need of additional support and the Tier 2 team or that team meets that comes together and says, hey, this may be an appropriate intervention for a short period of time to offer an intervention for a student, that can be that way. And it would be targeted to whatever the need of the student is.
Okay, and so we have one OCI at one elementary school. So if I have a student that needs more intensive supports, are they gonna, and I'm not at that particular elementary school, are they able to transfer to that school for a while, or how does that work?
Yeah, so typically the student will be, he or she would be actually sent to the OCI room where it is located, and they would be removed from their current setting and be provided intensive individualized support in that particular setting. But the whole purpose of that is really for a transition to return back to school, to set up the systems. So our team, if that does happen for a student in elementary, our team will work closely with the teacher and that site administration to make sure that the systems are in place for when that student does return to school.
Okay, thanks, Brandon.
No problem.
Board Member Foster.
I was just wondering, when it gets to Tier 3 and some of the services, are some of the services provided free? Are anything that has to be paid for, or are they prorated? What goes on there?
No, none of our students have to pay for any of these services. These are services that we provide to all our students as a district.
That's a great thing for our district. That shows that we really care for our students and we're going the extra mile. Thank you.
Student Representative Neelan.
Brandon, I really, really like your ideas. I think that they're a great start. So as a student representative, I have to think like a student and try to kind of figure out from a student's perspective how this works. My only concern is that as a high school student, I know a lot of my friends, other classmates, we all have a lot of anxiety just because everything is changing. We're trying to figure out this new schedule. What can we do as students to reach out to you? Is there like support groups that we can attend? Does it have to be, is there a website we can go through? Does it have to go through a teacher? Do we have to be recommended? Those are my only concerns.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your questions. And this was actually something that was discussed in our Student Inclusivity Task Force yesterday by some of your peers, is the support for students for social, emotional, and mental health related needs. And so you do not have to reach out to us directly, but you can. So you can reach out to anyone from our team, but what we actually ask our students to do is reach out to their school site administration, work with your counselors. They can get you the support you need. Obviously, we're here to support you as well. And then also in response to what students have requested, we've actually had a discussion today. Our director of social emotional wellness is really looking at how do we provide these support groups for students, because this is the feedback that we're getting. We have a community social emotional wellness kind of task force, but we really want to include students in that process because their needs are really what we're trying to respond to. And based on the feedback we're getting, that's definitely an area that we need to provide support. So what I would say to you in addition to that is anytime you all need anything, we have email, you can email us. We actually will communicate what our website is, that information. We have a website with information for that, and we need to get better at communicating directly to our students.
I agree with that. I obviously am just hearing about this. I'm wondering if there's a better way to reach the students, maybe through the school, like high school or middle schools, ASB, like their Instagram, or kind of try to use social media in a way to just try to let students know, like, there is this support group out here. You are welcome to join, kind of something like that maybe is what I'm thinking. And then you keep talking about these forums, and I love this. I'm just wondering, how often do they occur?
So actually we have these our Student Inclusivity Task Force meetings once a month.
Okay.
But what we also are working with is we're working with our activities directors at all of our comprehensive high schools, including VTech, BCIS, and Sequoia, with the hopes of having these meetings regularly at the school campuses. And so the idea is that would happen once a month at each school campus, but they could have it more than that. And so I believe El Diamante actually had their first meeting today. And I believe Golden West has theirs on September 2nd. And we're going to continue to work with our other school site administration to begin to develop those in their campuses. And so I would encourage you to reach out to your site administration, make your voice heard, and let them know that this is something that you're interested in.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Board Member Naylor.
Good questions, Lauren. And so I just want to piggyback a little bit on what she said. It seems like there's not if I'm a student, I'm kind of looking through the student's eyes, who do I contact? I still don't have that clear in my mind. So as a board member, I'm thinking, where does that student go? Is there a social emotional support hotline? Is it, because I might not know who the counselors are. I'm a new student. I don't know the teachers. I don't feel comfortable. Do we have something on our website where they can go, yes, that's where I'm going to go. And then that's going to disseminate out. Or this is a number you call and then that disseminates out. What do I do?
So I stopped sharing my screen, and that is something that definitely we have. And I'm only stopping to share my screen to show you a new screen. And I don't want to take too much time doing this. But if it's recorded, then you can all see it. So we actually do have a website. And if you go to our VUSD website and you go under departments, you can see the Department of Equity and Student Services. Unfortunately, you have to go to the click here for expanded website. So if you click there for the expanded website, this is where all of our resources are. And so I would encourage students, staff, community, everyone to go directly to this website. You'll be able to see everything with regards to what you talked about with the equity forums and when they're happening for students. So you can see that there. And there are dates here available. So that was a flyer for our last one that we just had on Monday. The agenda minutes and notes are kept there for kids to see who weren't able to attend, and they can all register. And these are the schools that we're working with to get them set up. But even you want to talk about social emotional supports, we have this website here that really kind of lays out the supports that are available for students. And in more detail, you can go through specific, specific supports in the areas of social emotional wellness during COVID. And so this breaks up that level of support, what you were talking about, for educators, for parent caregivers, and for students. And so if I click on students, it takes me to all of the level of resources that I can have really for different students, and this is for secondary and teens. And so if you need information with regards to coping strategies, life journals, executive functioning, workbook videos, that's all here for you. And so this is just directly on our VUSD website, Equity and Student Services, and these resources are there. So our team, and I can't take credit for any of this, but our team is phenomenal. I mean, they do a great job in putting these things together. And it's really like you're saying, how do we get it out and make sure that people are aware of what we're providing? Because it's all there for you. And kudos to the team and what they've done. So I just wanted to take a moment to share that.
And thank you for sharing that, because that's exactly what I was asking.
No problem.
That's amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Guerrero.
Well, earlier tonight, there was discussion on the parent volunteer and the loss of parent volunteers or community volunteers at our schools. And one of the programs that affected was Joven Noble, because there were 4 volunteers that were coming to assist the schools on that. And I'm not sure how Joven Noble and Chinatzli were affected by recent budget cuts or budget adjustments, in that staff moved around because of seniority and some folks were bumped and whatnot. And typically what happens during the year is that Mr. Escobar sends out a flow chart as to who's working at which school site. And, but there were social workers that were included in that flow chart. There were classified staff that were included in that flow chart. And what I'm requesting from you is I'd like to know who's picking up what assignments. For example, last year I went to Redwood and there were 2 staffs working there, and I sat in on their Joven Noble classes. I actually made a presentation with the combined group. And then I also went to Valley Oak and visited over there. And it's my understanding that Creekside had a staff member that was doing Joven Noble, and then Sequoia High School had 2 staff members and a female staff, male staff. And so how were all these cuts impacted and who's doing what? And my question right now is, can you send us a staffing flow chart as to how these programs specifically are being implemented, and there's the delivery of services of these programs, and I'm very concerned because Joven Noble is a Boys and Men of Color program, and Chinatzli is a program targeted to female students, and these are good programs, especially for your SIP program. And I believe your SIP program was the program that was pretty much overseeing these services. So if you have the time, or Mr. Escobar can send us the flow chart and how that's going on and who's gonna deliver services here. So so if that can happen, I'd really appreciate that.
We definitely will do that.
Any other board member comments? All right, now we'll move on to Visual and Performing Arts, excuse me, update, enclosure number 26, Curriculum Director Claudia Ardon Diaz.
Can't. Can you hear me? I am trying to actually show my face, but I can't. I'm not sure what's happening here. But that's okay. Good evening, board members and President Crabtree and Dr. Aveline. My name is Claudia Ardon Diaz, and I am happy to be here today to present our Visual and Performing Arts Program update. Give me 1 second, I'm trying to. As we know, the arts are an important part of our education. We are very excited that the district and the board has definitely supported our VAPA program. Students need arts in their life, and we know that that's a really important piece of their education. When students participate in the arts, they not only become problem solvers, they become socially responsible, they're collaborators and communicators, but they're really ready for the 21st century. California adopted the California Art Standards, and the goal for the art standards are that all students will fully participate in a rich and a well-rounded arts education. In addition to that, the standards separate each content areas into 5 content areas. The first one is our visual arts. Students in the visual arts not only get to present artistic work, they really get to understand the meaning behind artistic work. They get to learn about the cultures around them. There we go. That's much better. They get to learn about the cultures around them, and they really get to also critique the work of others. What we really want students to really find out is their creative process. That we want them to find during their visual arts, their time with visual arts, we want them to find out their personal style, their character as they engage in this artistic work. The next content area that we want to share with you is our music program. We're very fortunate that our music program begins in 4th grade with an introductory music class. And students in music, they really get to not only learn about music, but they get to learn about different concepts, different terminology, and they get to really love music. By the time they get to 5th grade, students have an opportunity to decide, do they really want to stay in that music path? Do they want to join orchestra and join band? And as a parent of 2 students that have joined music, I can see what an impact it has had in their lives. We also have another content area is media arts. And media arts, one of our teachers described media arts as storytelling through filmmaking. And I think that this is a wonderful way to describe media arts, because students not only get to learn about how to operate a camera, how to edit, how to have special effects, but they really get to also learn how to understand set design and construction. So this is also another one of our content areas that we're studying. In addition to that, we have dance, and students that participate in dance, they get to learn about the skills in dance. They get to gain that dance fluency that they need, that deep understanding, not only again, that terminology, but really understanding that dance language and that choreography. And an important aspect of dance is that they get to really reflect, critique, and they get to connect their experience with the experience of their dance community as well. We also know the amazing performances that our theater program definitely provides us at the end of the school year or at the end of the semester. And students that participate in theater, they really gain a lot of skills. Students need to get to learn to apply a skill. They get to learn a skill, then apply it. They get to make those creative decisions. And that's exactly what we talked about in the beginning when we talked about the research, and how research shows that kids that participate in the arts are definitely well-rounded. Well, the same thing happens with theater. Students that participate in theater get to become critical thinkers. They get to relate their ideas to their experiences, along with learning the basics of theater, which is that voice production, that improvisation, and that stagecraft. At this time, I would like to invite Emmy Rourke. Emmy is our teacher on special assignment for secondary, and she's going to share some of the previous work that has been done with VAPA in regards to the standards work. Emmy?
Hello, so like Claudia introduced, my name is Emmy Rourke. I'm a secondary TOSA in the curriculum department, and I worked with VAPA last year with the new standards. So today I'm just going to briefly go over our previous work, a really brief overview of the standards, and then our future work going forward with curriculum. So the past year from 2019 to 2020, we started training our high school teachers with the new California Art Standards because they were adopted in January 2019. With the training, we spent the afternoons as well doing curriculum development and updating our unit plans to incorporate the new standards for this current school year. And we had discussions about how to implement those standards. Unfortunately, due to COVID and the school closures, we were unable to finish our work, but we'll pick up where we left off this year. All right, so these new standards that were adopted, they're a little bit different from they're a lot different from the 2000 content standards, the 2001 content standards. The main difference being the 2019 performance standards is that word performance. So the 2001 content standards were a lot more teacher focused and provided a checklist for what teachers should be teaching for each discipline specific area. These 2019 performance standards are not more student centered and focus on students getting opportunities for practice and development in their fully rounded art education. So the structure of these, there are discipline-specific standards and they share a common structural design. So the common structural design are the 4 artistic processes and the 11 anchor standards. So the 4 artistic processes that all 5 discipline-specific areas fall under are creating, performing, presenting, and producing. That one category includes 3 different ones depending on the discipline area. So it's performing if it's dance, music, or theater, presenting if it's visual arts, and producing if it's media arts. The next creative process is responding and then connecting. From those 4 umbrella artistic processes have 11 anchor standards attached to each of those artistic processes. From there, it starts getting more specialized for the content or the discipline specific performance standards, essential questions, enduring understandings. So let me give you one example of maybe like the creating process, the artistic process of creating, and the anchor standard 1, generate and conceptualize artistic ideas and work. For an art class like 3D art, that might include them drawing or planning their art piece and then creating their art piece. For music in the performance standard, it might be more about them listening to a piece and getting an idea and then creating their own or composing their own music. Dance would be more about creating their own choreography. So again, these are the artistic processes and anchor standards that are the umbrella for all 5 discipline areas, and then it starts specializing into the specific performance standards. So with these 4 creative processes, just know they work in tandem. They're not linear. They're meant to be approached cyclically. Like you can approach it at any place. There's multiple entry places that you can start a lesson from. There's no right way to do this. You could start with responding, connecting, then go to performing, and then go to creating. You don't always have to start creating, performing, responding, connecting. And they should be taught throughout the entire year, and maybe not taught simultaneously. They can be taught simultaneously. They can also be taught one right after the other. For example, a music might be, they start listening to a music piece, a famous music piece, they evaluate and interpret the historical context of that, and that would be the responding piece. Then they can go to the connecting piece of how do they personally relate to this piece? And then a teacher might have them perform that piece, practice it, rehearse it, evaluate it, refine it. And then at the end, they might maybe create their own or compose their own piece of music, or maybe just the ending to a song or a piece of that. So what this means for our future work is that we have to continue training all our arts teachers with the new standards, particularly looking at middle school teachers and elementary school teachers, and the elementary art teachers, music teachers. The VAPA standards, they were called VAPA before, they've now changed to arts standards, and all our teachers, visual performing arts, are now arts teachers. And additionally, just recently, last month, July 2020, California Arts Education Framework was adopted. So after our teachers are trained with the new standards, we will begin our framework training with the new framework. We'll finish curriculum building, update our course outlines, and then implement those new standards and the framework.
Thank you, Amy. So as Emmy mentioned, there has been a lot of work that has been done, and we also want to thank the previous people, like for example, Jamin, he had worked with the team in the summer, and they worked on selecting some materials, some resources. We want to make sure that our teachers have the support and the resources that they need. So for example, when we met with the team, one of the things that we discovered is that they needed additional resources. So the district purchased Smart Music and Flex, which Smart Music is helping with orchestra, everything with music, orchestra, band, and music, and Flex is an art curriculum. Another thing that we noticed is as we had those conversations with teachers is that they needed materials. For example, our art department, students in art cannot do an activity or a project if they don't have the materials at home. So those conversations evolved, and we had conversations about what their needs still were after the purchase of materials, for example, with Smart Music and Flex. So we're continuously having those conversations with them. For example, tomorrow we have a committee and in regards to the needs for orchestra, band, and choir, and what they need to continue to do their job successfully. The same is happening. We're going to have a collaborative meeting with art. We want to make sure that we provide the teachers the support, the resources that they need so that they can teach effectively. So the big question that comes up when it comes to VAPA is, what does distance learning look like specifically for VAPA? Well, just like any other classes that we have throughout our district, our students still use Schoology, they still use Zoom. Where it might change a little bit, teachers still use the engaging task, the same as a regular teacher as well. Students dialogue the same as any other teacher. Any other teacher would give their students some opportunities for that conversation. Where it really does become different is that teacher modeling. In our conversations with teacher is that's the piece that's really important, and really that student practice. So I'll give you a few examples. So for example, if you are an a dance student, you no longer have the opportunity to go to the class or to your class studio and practice and follow that choreography. Now students are taught how to create their home studios at home. What do they need in the background? How do we make sure that the area is clean and clear so they can actually follow the choreography? Another way that it varies is another way with student practice. It's, for example, in theater, students have to have those virtual rehearsals. And so during those virtual rehearsals, they might have a breakout when they practice, for example, like a scene. So if a group of 5 students are going to be in a scene, they're practicing back and forth in that breakout. In music, for example, we have practice as well, and they have their virtual sectionals when they practice with similar instruments, and the same thing can also happen with choir, where they have a similar part. So a group of students might go to a breakout room and then they practice. Music, in regards to music, that student practice can also take the form of Smart Music. They do have that licensed software that they can use. In visual arts, students, like I mentioned, they get materials are going to be sent home so they can complete those projects. And then they might have to take, that's going to be part of their practice. And then they're going to have to take a picture of that art project and send it to the teacher. So that's how we're modifying, how the instruction is being modified, how that student practice is being modified. And again, visual arts also has that Flex licensed software. In media arts, students are now practicing by producing digital media. So now they're experimenting with that. Now they're learning about different programs. How do they edit? So it's a lot of hands-on, it's a lot of practice. But what we found out is they need 3 things. They need the teacher modeling, they need that student practice, and they really need that student feedback. The teacher really needs to visit and pop in throughout those breakout rooms and give that, that feedback to each of the students. You know, we are so fortunate to get to work with the VAPA team. It's definitely an incredible team. They are supportive, they are innovative, they're definitely very committed, and they really care about their students. They have strong relationships with them, and they celebrate them. As I was getting this presentation ready and I asked for a couple of pictures, I was flooded with multiple pictures because really teachers, they care about their students. They want to celebrate their students. And it was not just pictures about on VAPA events, students dressed up in their uniforms. It was pictures of celebrating in other areas of their life. So you can really tell that the teachers really care about their students and they're willing to go above and beyond. Definitely, they want to problem solve barriers so they can teach all students, and they want to teach successfully as well. Another win for our program is our elementary music team. They are adding a primary component to music, and teachers are now recording primary songs with simple choreography, and then the students are going to practice that during their asynchronous time. So we haven't rolled that out. That's coming out soon, but we're really excited about that. And it really is awesome also because we have our secondary team that as we meet with them, they want the arts to come as soon as possible to our littles. And so it's nice to know that our music team is thinking outside the box and that they're adding this component. So once the students practice, we're going to have a performance at the end of the semester. Another successful win, and I know that the wins is our theme this year, is really the instrument distribution. Our goal is to get instruments in the hands of our students. And we have middle and high school students who now have the instruments, so we're really excited about that. So now we're getting ready to roll out the instrument distributions for 6th and 5th grade. You know, another win that we really have with our program also is that teachers are really excited and they're thinking outside the box in regards to performances. I have heard conversations about choir and band and orchestra already brainstorming ideas on how they can show that performance at the end of the semester. Another example is theater. They've been working with playwrights, reworking playwrights, working with them so they can have a digital performance, and they're going to have this performance in October. So they're excited. They want to sell tickets, so we hope that you can join us for that digital performance. And they're already working and getting things ready for the musical. And so they're going to have those virtual performances. They're going to have those virtual rehearsals. And the bottom line is they really want a performance, all of them, that they can be proud of, that we can be proud of, that our community and our students can be proud of. So as we close out this presentation, a few questions are really guiding our thinking as we are thinking about our future work with VAPA. The questions are, how do we continue to support VAPA? How do we invite teachers to be part of our conversations? How do we invite them to the table? How do we use this time to really innovate and think outside the box and really extend that learning for primary as well? And how do we provide that equity and access to the arts for all students? And really, how do we reflect diversity of VUSD's youth? And because of, while we're in this middle of this pandemic, it really makes us also reflect on how do we really use technology to provide opportunities for VAPA in the future? So these are questions that are guiding our thinking. We are really appreciative and really want to thank the board and the community and the district for all of the support. And we're really proud of the work that VAPA is doing. So that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is. We will be contacting Doris Vieira by telephone, so she will be joining us shortly.
Okay, in the meantime, while we're waiting, is there board member comments? Mrs. Gamoyan. You're still muted.
Here we go. This presentation made my heart happy. We're really doing a lot of things with our performing arts, our visual and performing arts. Okay, I have a couple of questions. When we can go back to school and we actually have kids on the hybrid, and then we have the kids that are in the full distance learning because they have extenuating health problems that they can't be in the classroom. Is there a possibility that they could like Zoom in? Because I'm thinking of a kid that's been in band for 3 years at LD or Golden West or whatever, and then their senior year they don't get to come to school. Will they be able to Zoom in on that band class, or how is that going to work?
That is definitely a great question. One of the things that we've discovered as I met with the teachers, the first thing that I realized when I met them is they really care about their students and they really want to provide opportunities for all of their students. And so that was one of the things that they shared. So I've been working with Doug Cardosa, and we want to hear their ideas One of the things that I also noticed that they really want to be heard. They want their voice to be heard. So we are going to provide their opportunity so they can share their ideas. The district is open to hearing those ideas. And as the decision is made through the district, they want to make sure that the ideas, the response, the decision is made with everybody's, with knowing everybody's information. So definitely we are hearing them, and it's really interesting to hear how much they care about their students and what problem solvers they are. And we really want to make an informed decision.
Doug Cardoza is leading the charge on not just FAPA, but a return to school in the hybrid model and what those students may have as far as choices if they choose to remain on full-time distance learning. So we have a lot of options available to us to explore. And is Therese ready?
And can I ask one more question while we're waiting?
Go ahead.
Okay, like I know at LD, they had a virtual band camp, and then also they, if the theaters, they're planning their musicals and stuff. So I'm assuming stipends are still in place.
So I'll take that one, Mrs. Gamoyan. Their extra duty pays is what they are, and it's a separate contract for work above and beyond. And so I'm working with high school principals, and then we'll be working with teachers to come up with a plan. We want to make sure it's consistent and fair among the different high schools or middle schools, and that what one student might get at El Diamante would be the same at Redwood and at Mount Whitney and Golden West. So we're absolutely looking into that. I know, I don't mean to single anyone out, but I know Mrs. Galvan put together a proposal for Mr. Shin on plays that she is going to be doing virtually. She actually was just on their social media account. So she has things planned out and whatnot. And that's what we're looking for. We just want to make sure that what again is happening at one school is happening at all of them. And that, we can still provide for our students this way. So we're definitely willing to pay those extra duty contracts. We just want to make sure that there's a plan in place. Thanks for asking.
As Ms. Vieira came in.
I believe so. Delia's got her on the line, so she'll transfer her over. Okay. She's trying to call her again. Somehow there's a disconnect there.
Board Member Vasquez.
Thank you, President Crabtree. So I just want to make sure that I heard this correctly. We don't know yet when we go back if the difference between hybrid and distance learning, who will be able to participate or how they will be able to participate. Is that what I'm hearing? And that the district is open to hearing from people. So we'll have some way like an open forum or like the Q&A that we did before, or some way that we can hear from people what their ideas are before we make those decisions. I just want to make sure that what I'm hearing is decisions haven't been made, because there was a lot of assumptions that if you were distance learning that you couldn't participate in any of those things. And I know that things are changing and things are being put in place. So I just wanted to be clear that those decisions as to who can participate and how they will do have not been made yet. And yes, we are open to including teachers and parents and students in those decisions. And somehow we're going to put a mechanism that we can have all that collaboration. Is that my understanding?
Yes, and as Claudia stated, we are starting that work right away and pulling groups of our VAPA team together to listen to the ideas that they have. There will be some things that we will be able to implement, and there'll be some things that we may not be able to, but we want them to share their ideas so that we can have all those as we plan and we move ahead, so that we can put those things into place that we're able to do. So that's why we're getting that input right away, to try to get some ideas out there. So we kind of have a list of things that are potential ways we can support our kids, performances, all those different types of things. So as we continue to do this work and move forward, we can figure out how to insert those things and make them work and support our kids.
So right now, if somebody had some great ideas and had a real interest, who would they
Ms.
talk
Vieira
to, or
is
how
on the
can they
line
do
now.
that? How would how are you gathering the input, or how somebody's watching today is like, wow, this is my thing. Do they just email you, or is there some form or system that people can put input when you say you're working on it now?
Yeah, so right now Claudia is kind of leading our VAPA work. And so, and they can email me or Claudia as well. And as we put committees together and do this type of work, we'll have more opportunities for input for folks. But yeah, absolutely, they can reach out to us right away.
Excellent, thank you.
Bring on Ms. Vieira.
Ms. Vieira,
Yep,
go ahead.
I am here.
Go ahead. We are listening to you.
I must be delayed. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Is there feedback or no?
You're fine.
All right, I'm gonna mute here. Hold on just 1 second. All right. Good evening, Dr. Ravelin, President Crabtree, and Board of Trustees. These are unprecedented times. Last school year in March, the district understandably postured themselves for a financial burden unsurpassed when we were told that there could be as much as a 10 to 20% reduction of budget funds due to the COVID-19 pandemic. When schools shut down, there were many VAPA teachers and others who had orders in place to use up their 1920 allotted budget money. The things on order were budgeted, planned expenditures that were vital for the program. Budgets were frozen. There are groups like dance and drama that didn't even get to take in revenue for their spring shows. Some programs didn't even receive bills from our own departments, like transportation, until April when funds were already frozen. Some teachers had to use ASB funds to try to get square too, and a lot of money in those ASB accounts could very well be fundraised money for individual students whose trips were canceled, etc. How is this okay? Those orders were canceled, and the remaining funds, thousands of dollars, were swept to the general fund, but the funds were not taken from VUSD for the 2021 school year after all. Our district was still allotted the same funds, and an additional $30 million was given to VUSD and CARES Act money. $600,000 was put back into the current budget to bring the site money back from the 10% cut that had been given, but the budgets from last year were not restored to the departments. Some have been asked to pay last year's bills with this year's budget money, and LCAP monies were still cut by 10% for the current year across the board. Fast forward to Friday, August 21st, when VAPA teachers first learned that they were receiving a 10% reduction in LCAP funds for this year. However, it appears when the math is calculated at the high school level, it's actually a 30% reduction because their LCAP funds went from 35,000 to 25. Did all programs take a 30% cut at the high school level? This cut was never communicated to the boots on the ground educators that keep these programs viable, vibrant, and award-winning until last Friday. These programs continually fundraise so that the programs can remain intact. Fundraising is not an option either in our current environment, yet there are even more expenditures to enable them to meet their standards in distance learning for virtual performances, etc. As a district, we have put approximately $40 million into the Economic Uncertainty Emergency Fund over the last several years. I would respectfully ask the administration and board to restore the 1920 school budgets that were taken from the VAPA department. How is it equitable if someone spent their money in February, it was granted, but someone who had money allotted to them for the year and wanted to spend in April is denied? Since Visalia Unified didn't lose the money, it seems only fair that the money be returned to the department so that they can pay the bills that are due and not begin at a deficit when things return to quote unquote normal. If you want to say that we were in a deficit, what better time to use funds from the Economic Uncertainty Slush Fund than now in a pandemic? I also read that the district may even receive additional funds through a HERO program that's about to be approved. In conclusion, nobody questions that there will be difficult decisions to be made in the future, but we know where we are and what we have now, and we need to do what is honorable for the stakeholders of these programs today. I ask you again respectfully on behalf of all VAPA program students, teachers, and families, please restore these 1920 school year budget funds that were taken and swept and make this restoration equitable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vieira. Is there any other public comment?
No further public comment on this item.
Is there any further board member comments? None. Okay. Could we?
I'm sorry, Mr. Crabtree, Mr. Guerrero has his hand up.
Okay, Mr. Guerrero.
Yeah, I am concerned also. Last year, we were told we were going to have a 10% budget reduction. That budget reduction did not occur. That budget reduction did not occur. We received CARES money, and yet we still had a 10% cut, especially on these VAPA programs. What you're hearing right there is that there was a 30% cut in VAPA, you know, and I'm in agreement. We need to restore those funds. I mean, you know, I'd be the first one to tell you, and you know that I was, that, you know what, if we're having a crisis and we need a 20% cut, then okay, let's make those cuts. But those cuts did not occur. I'm asking that we restore those funds. Furthermore, I'm hearing about LCAP. The LCAP program, I've repeatedly over the past several board meetings, I've asked that to put those programs back at Valley Oak Middle School and put those programs at the Visalia Middle School. Okay, programs are cut there. At Valley Oak, we have a combined choir in 7th grade of boys and girls, and we don't have that in other areas. You know, and I've talked over and over, and I've used the term, it's a negative term. You can look it up. It comes from the 70s, of culture of poverty. And we pretty much put a culture of poverty in these schools that are outcast schools or socially, economically hurt schools. And I'm talking about the track that goes into Valley Oak Middle School, and I'm talking about the track that goes into the Visalia Middle School. I'm specifically talking about the students from Patterson tracks, from Ivanhoe. I'm talking about the kids from the Lincoln Nova area, from the Linnell Camp, from Washington Elementary School area. You know, hey, come on, let's get serious. And you know, I have in my notes on board member requests when the LCAP committee is going to be meeting. We have an LCAP committee in the school district. I want to know when they meet, and I want to participate in that meeting. If I can't participate as a participant, then I want to be observing what discussion is taking place, because the LCAP money needs to be used correctly. You know, I need to say something on the presentation. Overall, a lot of good information, but I want to see numbers. I want to see the total number of kids that are participating this year. I told you earlier, I spoke to kids that went to summer school and they couldn't take, they failed. They failed. They were part of that 25% that failed, and now they have to retake classes, so they can't participate in band. I want to see the number of students that are currently enrolled in the music programs and the dance programs and the arts programs. If we're going to have a presentation full of slides, then give us the numbers. It's my understanding enrollment numbers are down in band across the board, okay? Across the board. Kids don't want to participate because it's online. I want to see the numbers and I want to see the graphs. I want to see the comparisons from this year, from last year, the year before, and the year before that, at least a 3-year span. Now, my comment on the arts. I like the arts, for example. I like the arts. I do a lot of stuff on my own, and I'm going to tell you that, you know, I was in drama in college. I'm not a very, I don't have any comedy in me. I was usually the straight man. But the arts are very important if you want to approach the issue of equity. I want to know if Mr. Brandon Gridiron is having any interaction or discussion here. Earlier, the discussion was made about, hey, the silos are down and whatnot. Okay, well, the arts are very important. If you're gonna speak to, or you're gonna try to interact with kids of color or things that are going on, hey, you know what? Let's talk about those different types of dance, different types of music, you know, and bring them in. That diversity, apparently we use it as a slogan in several of our schools, is our strength. And we need to impact that. I don't have a lot on my notes. I covered a lot, but I'm really concerned. If we're going to put out if we're asking for a 10% cut, and the 10% cut did not occur, then it becomes a trust issue. It becomes a trust issue. And right now there's a lot of folks out there that feel that they can't trust us. They can't trust us, that we're not putting out the right information. And you know what? If it was a 10%, well, it appears that we're being told tonight it was a 30% cut for the arts program. That's not good. Let's restore those monies back. Let's restore those monies back in the VAPA programs. Those are my comments.
Mr. Hernandez, you have some comments?
Yeah, I wanted to share, thank you. I wanted to share on the reductions that were made for this year. we did hold those 10% reductions, but we restored those with one-time funding from the CARES fund. So all of the reductions that we made for school sites through their LCAP and their site-based funds, they received an equal amount from CARES Act funding. So they've had that additional funding for this year. But we are looking at what the impact is going to be on next year. And so we're going to continue to look at the budget and the economy, and then if things return and in January we get better budget news, then we'll restore all of those budgets again for the following year.
So Nathan, were the VAPA funds restored?
All of the site-based reductions that were made this year were restored, and VAPA received some of those site-based funds based on how the principal.
I don't want to hear some of those. I want to know, were the VAPA funds restored?
I can't answer specifically how school sites allocate their funds, high school sites allocate their funds and their budget, but all of the funding amount that they received is the same amount that they received in the prior fiscal year.
Well, that goes along with what I hear out there is that the school sites, they blame it on the district, and then the school sites will blame it on this group or whatnot. I recently heard that the Visadero got a $3,000 cut in their program out there, their VAPA program. So I'm asking you right now, if you can provide us a report on VAPA and whether those VAPA funds were restored.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Board Member Vasquez.
Thank you, President Crabtree. So am I understanding then that there was a freeze and anybody that didn't get a chance to use the money that they already had scheduled for stuff was taken away? And also we had asked them to glean, right, their 10%, and that was taken away. And then when we got CARES funding, it was taken back to the site, and the site could determine where it went and how it was used. So that I might be in this program or this teacher. And of course we want to be able to distribute the funds where they're needed the most. But what I'm hearing then is that people that lost their money or had that set up have no control over how it comes back. And that's up to the site or the people in charge at the site. Is that what you're saying, Nathan? That you have no control about how the site spends it once it gets back there?
Yeah, the site discretionary funding that we're talking about is it's budgeted by the site principals. So they allocate the funds by the departments of their school sites, based on input that they receive from their site. So it could be different between the different, in this case, high schools, as we're talking about, mostly secondary VAPA programs. And when we did freeze budgets at the end of last year after March, we did that because there was nobody on school sites. So we couldn't put those orders through because they couldn't be delivered to schools. Nobody was there to receive them. So, and because we didn't come back, we never released any of those budgets until end of the year with some graduation things and so forth.
And when are we going to be looking? I know that the LCAP they're using the LCAP funding, they're calling the CARES Act LCAP as well as the other stuff. When are we going to have a chance to go ahead and evaluate now under COVID the kinds of things that we want to make sure get done? I mean, because there were many of us that were concerned about certain campuses, as Mr. Guerrero is alluding to, that we know that there were deficits and we know that there were holes and we know that there were needs, and we were hoping to be able to correct some of that stuff. When are we going to have that kind of LCAP input come around? I know you have it all timelined out, you always do, but could you give us an idea of how are we going to be able to do that this year? Are we going to be able to have those kind of influences and decide where money is going?
Yeah, so there's a different process for this year because it's not, the LCAP we didn't approve an LCAP for this year, but there's the learning continuity and attendance plan that will be coming to the board. And I believe the first reading of that is coming in at the first meeting in September. So that will be an opportunity to share how the learning loss mitigation funds, the CARES Act funds, are being spent for next year.
No, you're going to bring it to us already with this is where we're going to spend our money, or we're
Mr.
going to have
Chair.
a night, people are going to be able to have an opportunity to put input.
Yeah, there will be an opportunity for public input in that before it comes to the board on the 8th. And I believe it'll come for 2 board meetings. It's a first and a second read.
Board
So-
Member Naylor?
Okay, so, in all the years that we had VAPA, my understanding is that there used to be a certain amount allocated to each site for VAPA, not the site's discretionary fund, but this is for VAPA, this is for, because of all the buses and all the expenses that go with running that program. Has that changed? Because I haven't been out of the district that long. Has it changed that we don't give that money to them, is what I'm kind of hearing from what Mrs. Vieira said in her report.
There is an allocation within the LCAP, the Supplemental Concentration Funds, and I believe that was $200,000 that was allocated to VAPA, and it's shared between the different school sites. That allocation is one of the allocations that did have a reduction for last year. And I believe that's the allocation that Ms. Vieira mentioned, 30% reduction to. And so yes, that there is still an allocation, but it was reduced for this fiscal year.
Was there a way, Nathan, to restore that now that the money is there?
Well, that was with our supplemental concentration funds, and so when we'll bring back a report on how the VAPA funds are allocated, and we'll compare that to prior years for the board to review.
And one of the concerns I have is I know that at Valley Oak and Divisadero, they don't, the other schools have their full-blown program, but Divisadero and Valley Oak do not. And I'm with Mr. Guerrero, Trustee Guerrero. We need to get these programs where they're consistent at all schools. So every student has that same opportunity. So I don't know what that looks like, but I would like for us to check in or get a report back next time on how do we get those 2 schools up to par with all the other schools in their programs.
I'd like to mention that at 10:30, we're going to have to take a vote on whether we're going to extend our time because we are about to reach the witching hour, which is 10:30. So we'll have to have a motion and approval to continue this meeting. Mr. Guerrero.
Yeah, so Nathan, you just verified that there was a 30% cut in VAPA, and I'm concerned about that. We were asking for 10% cut. We were asking for 10% cuts across the board, but here we cut 30%, and then we're over here saying that the 10% went back. Well, that was site funds. That was not VAPA. We do have one-time monies right now. All I'm asking is that money be restored. And Ms. Naylor, Board Member Naylor is right, correct. If you have monies that go to sites, you have monies that go to VAPA. We don't need to be changing things surreptitiously. We don't need to be changing things or it becoming a shell game. We need to be transparent. We need to let the public know where monies are being spent. I look forward to that report.
Board Member Vasquez.
And that the teachers that had their money out of their budgets too, that they get an opportunity to reclaim that. I know you've given it back to the sites, but we need to support our teachers. We need to support them too, and we understand we were in a pandemic, we were emergency, we froze everything, but it's only right that VAPA get it back, that the teachers get it back. I mean, I'm sure they'd have to justify, hey, I need this is what I'm going to use it for. But that's when they budget, that's what they budget for. And I know how much of their own stuff they spend, so to be able to now do that, and I don't know how we do that, Nathan, but I just think it's important that they feel heard and that they get back, their budget, because it's only right. Thank you.
I was thinking too that maybe we should agendize this item and get a clearer report on where we can go with it, if we may. Mr. Fulmer?
I was just wondering if it would be legal to make a request, make a motion that Mr. Guerrero's request be honored.
I would suggest we bring back a report to you in detail so staff has time to get numbers together so you can see the actual impacts before we would move forward.
Yeah,
I make a motion that we restore the funds.
Second.
I have a motion to restore the funds and a second by Mr. Fulmer.
We can't do that, can we? No. I'm sorry, it's not on the agenda to do that, so we can't just go ahead and do that. The other thing is we need to check into, before it was part of the LCAP process, and the LCAP process goes through community vetting and working with our associations and was approved by the board. And so
I'm sorry.
we need to make sure that we're following proper procedure with the LCAP as well. And so I think we need some time to research.
No, wait a minute. VAPA is currently on the agenda. I just heard from our finance person, our CFO, that the monies that went back were one-time money, CARE Act monies. He didn't say LCAP. He said they were one-time monies under the CARE Act. I think we made a motion and there was a second, and it is on the agenda. These are not LCAP monies. These are one-time monies that are CARE Act monies.
Yes, it's not on the agenda. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's not on the agenda as an action item. It's just an informational report. I don't know all the specifics of, but it was cut from LCAP.
We are the board and we can make a motion on these items. It's agendized. Whether action item or not, it's on the agenda and it's there. And we're not talking LCAP money, we're talking CARES Act money.
It specifically says it's not an action item. So I think we would have an issue perhaps.
It specifically says visual and performing arts. And I just made a motion and there was a second. We are the board of directors here at the school site. It's not run by staff, it's run by the board. We set policy and we approve funds or we don't approve funds. That is our due diligence.
Could we have a clarification on the first and the second to restore the funds specifically for VAPA? Was that my understanding, Mr. Guerrero?
That was my motion.
We need clarification from, is Megan still here?
No, Megan's not on this evening. I think you have to first vote to turn it into an action item. And so it might be a two-step process that you would first vote to turn it into an action item because it isn't one right now. And
I move that we make an action item of the VAPA budget discussion that we've been talking about as part of the VAPA report.
I have a motion by Dr. Vasquez to change this item to an action item, and I have a second by Mr. Guerrero. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Gamoyan.
Okay. I am not willing to vote on this till I see numbers. I want to see numbers first. I agree with everything that's been said. If we took money, they did not get their money in the fall. They did not, and they need to restore their budget. But I'm not voting on anything till I see numbers.
I completely agree. Mrs. Naylor.
You know what, I'm going to say the same thing. I want to give Nathan an opportunity to come back next time. Let's table this for right now and make a motion to table all this so we can get the numbers and let's make a very grounded decision at the next board meeting. Let's put it back on the agenda.
I have a motion now. Is there still more comment on this motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have point of order. I'd like to amend my motion to put it on the agenda for the next meeting that we discuss and that we have an action item to discuss it and we come back with numbers.
I think I requested that
on the
15
agenda
minutes
for
ago.
next time.
I second that one.
No, that's not a second. We're just, the motion has died. The motion has died.
Why? We had a first and a second and then I amended it.
You amended it, so it dies, does it not?
No, I just need a second for the amendment. And Mrs. Naylor just gave that. So we have a motion on the floor that has been amended.
Okay, we got a first and a second. This is
Yes.
getting ridiculous. We got a first and a second to amend the action item that was requested earlier so that we can go back and do what I asked to do 15 minutes ago, and that's agendize the item. It just makes sense. Why are we complicating this stuff? It's
Can we vote
ridiculous.
now?
So I have them first and the second, all in favor of amending this item back to the original item. I have to call for the vote. Hold on. President Crabtree votes yes to amend the amend. And Mr. Fulmer,
You lost me on a corner. What are we voting on?
we're actually voting on what we weren't going to vote on in the first place, but we have to vote on it because of all the motions to the motions to the motions. So we're just going back where we were.
That's
To
not helping him.
restore
though,
the
is it?
funds.
So that we can clean up the wording and let me cool down. So it's an amendment to the amendment.
Would you like me to repeat my motion that we're voting
No,
on?
no. Do you understand, Mr. Fulmer?
Nope. Tell me what
Okay.
I'm voting on.
Juan, you made the motion first.
Okay, if it's
Juan
Juan's
made the motion, you seconded the motion, then we were gonna vote on it. Lucia come back and said that we're gonna amend her motion. That's what it was. It was her motion.
Okay, if it's Juan's motion, I'm
No.
voting yes.
Well, that's a second.
I already seconded it. I'm voting yes. on
Then
the
you don't understand what we're talking about.
that was my point.
Excuse me, can I step in just because I'm taking the minutes and I want to make sure I have this correct?
Yes.
So I understood that there was a motion to make this an action item. And then there was discussion. So then Member Vasquez amended the motion and asked to agendize this item for the next board meeting. And the next item for the next board meeting will be an action item. So there'll be a report and an action item for the next board meeting.
Actually, I made a new motion because I have no right to amend Mr. Guerrero's motion. I had made a separate action to make a action item at the next board meeting. What Mr. Guerrero asked for initially is that we actually change the budget and redo funds, which we were told that we couldn't do that because it was an action item. So my thing was to put it on the agenda as an action item for the next meeting is what we have a first and a second, and we are supposed to vote on now.
But we never voted on the first.
Because we were told
No,
it was
the
not a
motion-
protocol.
There was no voted motion on Mr. Fulmer and Mr. Guerrero's original request then.
Hey, well, let's vote on that then.
Okay. Board President Crabtree says no on that item. Mr. Fulmer,
Yes.
Mr. Foster,
Mr. Foster is confused. I agree with sister. I agree with Superintendent Raveling that this is just a informational item and not an action item. So I guess I'm voting no.
okay, but it was requested that it become an action item. And that's what you're voting on. Should it become an action item now?
Well, I'm worried about Brown Act violation, and I don't want somebody somewhere to complain to the district attorney. So I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Guerrero,
Yes.
Ms. Naylor,
No.
Ms. Gamoyan,
No.
Ms. Vasquez.
I don't even know that everybody is voting for the same thing. Am I voting for Mr. Guerrero's motion to reinstate, or am I voting?
Yes. No, you're voting a motion to make this an action item so that we can vote on it now without any information.
Yes, we have information.
Okay. We have information that wasn't presented to us. It's only information that was presented
We're in the
by
middle of a vote, Mr. President.
a concern, excuse me?
We're in the middle of a vote.
Yeah, the
Right,
student rep
but
needs
you're
to
questioning
vote.
it.
Student rep needs to vote, John.
Ms. Vasquez, are you a yes or a no?
I was a yes.
Student rep?
I'm gonna go with no.
Okay, the motion is 4 no and 3 yes. And student rep votes no.
Did Mrs. Gamoyen vote? Did she-
So now that amendment has died. Is it necessary for us to change it now? If this was voted no, then we just move on, is my assumption.
No, because you still have my motion on the floor to put it on for next time
But you didn't
as an
have,
action item. No, I did, but you had two motions on the
you
floor.
don't have to have a motion. I already requested it be there, and I was given a nod by Mr. Hernandez that it would be.
So it'll be an action item and a presentation for next board meeting, correct?
Yes, it's just a simple request.
Okay, I'm good.
Dr. Raveling.
Yes, so we'll bring information back to you next week. We also have unaudited next meeting, sorry, unaudited actuals. We also have the learning continuity plan to bring you, and the expenditures in the budgets tied to what was LCAP now need to be in the learning continuity plan. And so we'll try to wrap it up so you get the information and then have a package on which to vote on. And I know that doesn't all make sense yet, but Jim and Nathan will walk us through this at the next meeting.
Okay, but we'll have the information prior to coming to the meeting because it
Right.
will be in the packet, the full packet.
Exactly.
All right, I have 10:30. I need a motion to continue the board meeting.
So move.
I have a motion by Mr. Fulmer.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Guerrero. All in favor? Board president says yes. Mr. Fulmer,
Yes.
Ms. Foster,
No.
Mr. Guerrero,
Yes.
Mrs. Naylor,
Yes.
Ms. Gavoyan,
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez.
Yes.
And the student rep, would you like to go to sleep since you've got to get up and go to school in the morning?
Preferably, but it's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it would be. So you're a yes then? Is that what you're telling me?
Why not? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we have 6 yeses and 1 no. So we will move on. And that comes to the student rep. So Ms. Nealon, I hope you have an entertaining report for us today.
All right. Well, first, I would just like to introduce myself a little more. I'm a senior at Redwood, and I would just like to thank you guys for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm going to first start with an opening. So even though students are not physically attending school, there's a lot going on. I would suggest students and parents follow their high school social media accounts, and since there is a lot of information being provided on there. To start, I'm going to talk about Redwood High School. Redwood High School successfully distributed Chromebooks and textbooks to students through social distancing guidelines. Thank you to the staff and administration that made that possible. Second, RHS Link Crew created a video orientation of the campus and how to locate each classroom in the event students return to school. This specifically focused on incoming freshmen to kind of get them to know the campus and how everything works. RHS ASB put out its first virtual rally. As Icebreaker Rally, we introduced teachers and groups on campuses to help with the getting to know everyone again. The drama program held virtual auditions for the beginning of Brothers Grimm Speculation. The playwright Don Z was kind enough to rewrite the show to be filmed via Zoom or Google Chat. The show will be streamed October 16th and 17th. Redwood High School welcomed 2 new clubs to campus, Red Cross Club and Fetal Healthcare Professionals. It is
VAPA Week at Redwood, where the school celebrates its different VAPA groups on campus through social media. PTSA held a first meeting yesterday, as well as virtual back to school night was held yesterday as well. RHS is currently preparing for Suicide Prevention Week and Diversity Week, which will be coming up in the next 2 weeks. CIS successfully distributed Chromebooks, textbooks, and curriculum to students through a socially distanced drive-through. BCIS students began their one-on-one weekly meetings with their supervising teacher for independent curriculum counseling. Zoom classroom courses began last week, starting off a unique but exciting school year for the BCIS students. And on to LD High School. LD Amonte's virtual back to school night will be held Monday, August 31st. ASB will host over 50 clubs and groups. Club Rush will begin August 13th and go until September 4th. The LD Amonte Student Equality Forum had their first meeting of the year today, actually. It will continue to meet on every second and fourth Tuesday of each month. LD High School also will hold freshman elections this week, and we have several students running for each office. On to Sequoia. Sequoia High School welcomes back 155 students and added 91 new students. Sequoia High School hosted a class of 2021 Zoom meeting last Friday to show the seniors a Schoology course where they can find all of the resources they might need for this year. They were also introduced to the Sequoia High School admin team. Sequoia High School is in the process of starting new virtual clubs and restarting clubs that were in place last year. On to DTEC. DTEC FFA is hosting a virtual bingo night on August 25th for their first activity of the year. DTEC FFA will hold their first official virtual FFA meeting September 1st. DTEC FFA has 4 students showing market animals at the Tulare County Fair. Projects include 2 steers, 1 pig, and a lamb. As of today, VTech has 52 students sign up for a COS class. At VTech successfully had 2 drive-throughs for students to pick up welcome packets with their Chromebooks and another to pick up textbooks and go bags for classes. VTech has 6 students enrolled in an advanced orchestra and band. For West High School, Golden West is excited to get back to school with nearly 2,000 students joining the growing community of trailblazers. Golden West Link Crew held 4 days of virtual freshman orientation to make sure to engage as many students as possible. Many thanks to the 40 dedicated Link Crew leaders. Golden West has begun to host morning, lunchtime, and evening activities for all students to participate in. These activities range from meditation to end-of-week quizzes to Pictionary. The Trailblazers are excited to see more students getting involved. Golden West wishes to extend a huge thank you to all of the staff who have taken on the role of running Chromebook and textbook distribution in the hot summer. And a huge thank you to the Assistant Principal Amanda Richard for planning and running these events. Golden West ASB wants to also thank the activities directors and ASB students at Red, Mount Whitney, LD, and Sequoia High School for sharing many ideas and pushing the Golden West ASB to do more for their students. And for our last school check-in, Mount Whitney High School. Mount Whitney ASB held their first virtual icebreaker dress-up week for this year. It was a success with one lucky student winning a $25 Starbucks gift card mailed to their house. ASB is also starting their elections this week at Mount Whitney High School, and the campaign will go for a week. Results will be revealed next Wednesday. Mount Whitney staff had a successful Chromebook and textbook up, and they ask that you follow their ASB account on Instagram to stay up to date on events and information for the upcoming virtual school year. Do you guys have any questions for me?
You've done that very well. It's a virtual life we're living. Ms. Neal,
Yes.
thank you very much. It's going to be a pleasure having you here. I can see it already. So thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much.
I don't have any questions, but that was a beautiful report and thank you. And it's been the tradition here at the school district that after the student rep does their report, that they can go ahead and go home. And you know, you did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Actually, we usually let you go after you listen to us drone on about what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks. So I'll start with Ms. Gamoyan.
I would like to request a class on parliamentary procedure. That was horrible. So maybe we need to learn that. And I have no other report.
Mr. Fulmer.
Well, I would recommend getting a copy of Robert's Rules of Order. I still have mine. But I wanted to report, one of the things I did was read a textbook for a new class this year, the Ethnic Studies class. And I would just like to note the comment. I don't know if you know who Dan Walters is, but he's a very solid columnist. And on August 9th, he wrote about this book, Ideological Indoctrination is Not Knowledge. Apparently this book is a huge improvement over apparently the predecessor was straight Marxism. This is pretty much diluted Marxism. But frankly, when we're offering the class and using this book, frankly, I think that's a serious mistake. And the book is A Different Mirror by Ronald Takaki. Anyway, that's my report.
Board Member Foster.
Yes, first of all, Ms. Nealon, welcome to our group. I hope that you feel welcome. As you know, this is 2020. I noticed all four representatives were women. Also that I'm not trying to get partisan or ideological, but another woman was selected as to be on a national ticket. My mother was born 100 years ago. 100 years ago was the right for women to vote. And I think with your presence and the other ladies who are representatives and will vote, I think the people 100 years ago made the right move.
Thank you.
Country's been going downhill for 100 years. Sorry, once that occurred to me, I could not say it.
Yeah, you're not coming back. Did you have anything else, Mr. Foster?
No, due to time, let's move on.
That's the funniest thing I've heard all night. Board Member Vasquez.
Thank you, President Crabtree. I have a request as well. I want to, first of all, make sure that I understand, because I think I lost connectivity a little bit when you talked about a VAPA packet. Were you talking about, Dr. Eveline? I needed a little clarification on that, but I also want to make sure that what you are bringing back also is what happened to the teacher money that was frozen and then taken. I'd like to put on whether we're putting it on the agenda or if that was part of the packet, I didn't understand, to find out how it's coming back and how we can ensure that the teachers that it was taken from, it comes back to them. And then the third part of that is the idea of, as Board Member Naylor alluded to, bringing up to par and Board Member Guerrero, Valley Oak and Divisadero in VAPA and in, I would say, in other areas as well. So those are the requests that I would like to make, because I did not hear completely when you talked about a packet what that meant. And the other thing is, I've been waiting for the dust to settle, but I would like to visit some campuses. I understand if we do our social distancing and our masks and our less than 10 people, that if we could get some instruction as to what works, if the principals are ready to have us yet, so that since we're hearing a lot of things, it's be able to go to the campuses and hear it and see it as well. Because when I did go to Goshen, you couldn't it kept stopping, it kept stopping, it kept stopping. So I think it's important for us to see what's really going on out there. That's my report.
Board Member Guerrero.
I'll make mine brief, but I was able to go to Sequoia High School for their flag raising. I was invited to do that, and I'm really grateful that that school was finally built. In 2007, it came up, and there was a lot of discussion in regards to the CNG plant and the building of the CNG plant. And there were board members, I think Mr. Fulmer was there and I was there. And we requested that we'll allow that CNG plant to come in, but we needed a new high school. But that's part of it. My second part of my board member request is that we take up enclosure number 29, and we tabled enclosures number 27 and 28 for the next meeting. I believe that enclosure 29 is an action item because that's an intent to employ a certificated employee here at the district. And after that, if we can adjourn the meeting, I think we extended the meeting sufficiently so that the student rep could make their report.
So is that a motion?
If you want a motion, it'll be a motion, yes.
I second it.
So essentially what we're doing is we're tabling enclosure number 27 and enclosure number 28.
Yes.
So you making a motion to table 27 and 28, the enclosure. So I have a motion by Mr. Excuse me? I have a motion by Mr.
29.
We're going to vote on 29.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Guerrero to table enclosure number 27 and enclosure number 28. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second by Mrs. Naylor. What's your vote, Mr. Crabtree? Mine is yes. Mr. Fulmer.
Yes.
Mr. Foster.
Yes.
Mr. Guerrero.
Yes.
Ms. Naylor.
Yes.
Ms. Gamoyan.
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez.
Yes.
And the student rep is still here, so you get to vote again.
Yes.
She is totally in favor, and it seems to be unanimous. Do you have any further report, Mr. Guerrero?
No.
Board Member Naylor.
Make it short and sweet. I want to welcome our new Mrs. Nealon. You're very refreshing. I look forward to serving with you. I also want to just thank you to all staff, whether that be site, district, teachers, you name it, for all your time and commitment, and also our community for getting this off the ground, doing the distance learning. I know there's a lot of quirks to still work out and schedules, but I just want to thank you for your time and commitment. That's it.
Okay, and mine will be very short too. Ms. Gamoyan and I visited Shannon Ranch today and toured some classrooms from a safe distance. We got to see how Zoom was working and how our kids are being educated, at least at that level. And quite frankly, I was very pleased with what I saw. They struggled at first to get in, but it was fixed very quickly and school went off just fine. And the kids seem to be just fine with it. So that's all I have. Dr. Raven.
Thank you. As we begin our second full week of school this week, I want to really give props and kudos to all of our teachers who are working diligently to make distance learning a great experience for our students. I have been able to visit many schools and go in and out of rooms at open houses virtually, of course, at elementary and high schools so far. And I'm thoroughly impressed. Our teachers are doing a great job, and every week and every day they get a little bit better, which is all we can ask for. Also, thanks to our tech department, who again has been amazing. We've distributed over 3,000 hotspots and about 30,000 Chromebooks. As far as our county goes, we received some guidance today, finally, from the California Department of Public Health that was talked about over a week ago from our governor. And the guidance is how we can serve one-to-one services such as speech therapy, OT, occupational therapy, physical therapy, one-on-one aids for students with special needs and such, how we can provide that type of service in person. We will work very closely to see how we can proceed with that from our county and state health officials. We just received the guidance today and it's quite lengthy. And so we have to sort of go through that and figure out exactly what it means for us. But the guidance is to bring back small cohorts, not only the one-on-one services, but also small cohorts of students who perhaps are English learners, students on IEPs with services, homeless and foster youth and such. So again, we have a lot to learn. Our county as of today still was in the 300s positive cases per 100,000. And that's according to the California Department of Public Health's website. So we are making some progress as a county. Again, gonna plead for everybody to wear masks and use social distancing and be cautious about that so that we can continue to see progress so we can bring our students back. So we're gonna be looking into bringing small groups back as soon as we can and offering those one-to-one services. The other thing that I just wanted to briefly touch upon this evening is some board members had asked about the bond. And so just as a reminder, our bonding authority, we did not use it all. We've only issued bonds for 35 million. And so some people have asked, well, shouldn't we return the rest of the bond money now that we've got sort of the 5th high school on hiatus and not spending that? So there's nothing to return. I want to reemphasize that for those in the public who think that we have money to return. When the bonds aren't issued, there is no tax to the taxpayers. So people are not paying for that. Again, Nathan Hernandez and the bonding committee did a great job in selling the bonds. So we got a great deal on the part that we did. The rest can just sit there until the board decides what they would like to do with that, and you never have to use it. Again, the money doesn't go back once it's passed by the voters. That is the bonding authority, and so there's no process to return it because there's nothing to return. So you can't undo the vote, I guess. So if you want more information on that, please let me know, and then I'll try to get more details to you. And that's my report. Thank you.
Mr. Fulmer.
I was just thinking it would be worth repeating the last thing you said, that there's nothing to return, because people don't get that.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult concept. So.
Lucia?
It's been said twice. Hopefully they'll get it.
If I can just say that in another way, the voters gave us permission to spend this much, and we only spent this much by going for the bond. And by you say it sitting there, you're talking about the permission to go buy more is what's sitting there. So
yes,
that's
thank
why
you
there's
for
nothing
that.
to return. But we just we asked for this much permission, and you gave us this much permission, and we went and sold some bonds and asked you to repay them. And this is just permission that's sitting there, not money.
Thank you. I think that's a very nice way to explain that.
Mr. Fulmer.
Well, another way of saying that is they gave us this much to build a high school. We didn't build a high school. We didn't sell the bonds. They gave us this much money for maintenance. We're going to do the maintenance. We sold the bonds.
Okay, so we've cleared that up too.
Probably not.
Awesome. Lauren, if you'd like to leave us, this is the time we usually release staff, so you're certainly more than welcome to go. We do have only one more item. That's enclosure number 29, notice of intent to employ certificated personnel and approval of variable term waiver request for speech language pathologist. Assistant Superintendent.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Guerrero on this item and a second by Mr. Fulmer. My vote is yes. Your vote, Mr. Fulmer?
Yes.
Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Mr. Guerrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Naylor?
Yes.
Ms. Gamoyen,
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez.
Yes.
Student rep can't vote anymore. She's gone. All right, motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And
Have a motion to adjourn.
have a good evening.
I second the motion to adjourn.
I don't think I've ever done that before.
Motion to adjourn is always in order. That's Robert's Rules of Order.